Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. This is the Hong Kong International Cultural Summit 2024, coming to the Day 2 panel discussion. I'm Calvin Lau. It's my pleasure hosting for you today. On behalf of the West Kowloon Cultural District Authority, I'd like to extend my warmest welcome to all our guests, our speakers, our moderators, and all the participants online and on site. Today's event at the Hong Kong Palace Museum will also be live streamed. Discussions will mainly be carried out in English with simultaneous interpretation in Cantonese and Putonghua. Speakers from different countries and regions will converge together to exchange their ideas, share their insights in the upcoming 2 panel discussions. So without further ado, first up, I'd like to invite Ms. Winnie Tam, Chairman of the Board of Hong Kong Palace Museum, to deliver her welcome remarks. Ms. Tam, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very impressed that you turn up bright and early after the very late party last night. Thank you. On behalf of the Hong Kong Palace Museum, I extend a very warm welcome to you all for gathering here today. It is with deep gratitude that we host this remarkable event at the museum. The International Cultural Summit is a testament to our commitment to fostering cultural exchange and promoting the arts. As a city that bridges the East and the West, Hong Kong has a unique role to play in nurturing dialogue and understanding across diverse cultures. Here at the Hong Kong Palace Museum, we aspire to become one of the world's leading cultural institutions committed to the study and appreciation of Chinese art and culture, while advancing dialogue among world civilizations through international partnerships. Over the past year and a half since the opening of the museum, we have staged 18 exhibitions. Among them, 8 were special exhibitions in collaboration with renowned institutions from mainland and around the world. The topics discussed in this summit hold immense significance as they directly relate to the evolving landscape of the arts and culture sector in Hong Kong and the world at large. Yesterday morning, we had an inspiring plenary session led by our West Kowloon Cultural District CEO, Mrs. Betty Fong, that discussed the contributions of cultural districts in the social and economic transformation of cities. In the afternoon at M+, we witnessed thought-provoking panel discussions that explored the promise of digital technologies, their impact on our industry, as well as the challenges and opportunities presented by AI, NFTs, and the digital revolution. These discussions form a very good foundation for today's panel discussions. About a year ago, when we were preparing for this summit, we said to ourselves, the world is increasingly interconnected and there is a changing landscape in the way museums present local and world cultures. We needed a global platform, bringing together the world's best visionaries to talk about how museums strive to remain relevant and accessible to global audiences in this context. We are very honored that this initial idea has turned into 2 exceptional panel discussions with a distinguished lineup of speakers. For the session today, in the first panel, Rethinking Museum Interpretation in a Global Context, our speakers will shed light on the evolving role of museums in a globalized world and how museums can creatively embrace the changing landscapes in the 21st century. In the second panel, New Ways of Collaborating and Sharing in the Post-Pandemic Era, International Perspectives, our speakers will explore innovative models of collaboration and sharing in a world that is navigating through the challenges of a post-pandemic era. Today also marks the conclusion of the summit. Thank you again for joining us. in the West Kowloon Cultural District over the past 2 years. I know some of you are visiting for the first time, and I sincerely hope that you have enjoyed the vibrant East meets West cultural flavor of Hong Kong, and that you enjoy the rest of your stay. I hope that today's panel discussions will inspire you and deepen your understanding of these critical topics. The knowledge shared and connections forged during the summit will resonate far beyond these walls. Let's continue to embrace the power of dialogue, knowledge, and creativity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tam, for your warm opening. Would you please remain on stage for a group photo? Now, I'd also like to invite the speakers from the first panel discussion on stage to join us for the group photo. First up, may we invite Dr. Wang Chunfa, Director, National Museum of China. 掌声有请中国国家博物馆王春法馆长。Dr. Miguel Falomir, Director, Museo Nacional de Prado, Spain. Dr. Yannick Lins, President, Gimet National Museum of Asian Arts. I'd also like to invite the following speakers from the second panel discussion on stage, including Dr. Wang Xudong, Director, the Palace Museum. 掌声有请故宫博物院院长王旭东院长。Laurent Salomé, Director, National Museum of the Palaces of Versailles and Trianon. Makoto Fujiwara, Executive Director, Tokyo National Museum. Dr. Chase F. Robinson, Director, Smithsonian's National Museum of Asian Art. I'd also like to invite the following moderators from the two panel discussions on stage, including Dr. Louis Ng, Director, Hong Kong Palace Museum, and Dr. Maria Mock, Museum Director, Hong Kong Museum of Art. All right, lovely. Take a look at the photographers in the front. Let's capture this beautiful moment and kickstart today's panel discussion. Some more photos to go. Lovely. Thank you very much once again. A round of applause to our speakers, moderators, and guests today on stage. Would you please be seated? Time to dive into our first panel discussion, titled Rethinking Museum Interpretation in the Global Context. Let's welcome our session moderator, Dr. Louis Ng, on stage. He has been the inaugural director of the Hong Kong Palace Museum since August 2019, overseeing the planning and construction of the museum, which opened to the public in July 2022. Throughout his career in the field of arts and culture, he has held research, curatorial, and managerial positions at various museums. He served as the founding director of the Hong Kong Museum of Coastal Defense, which opened in year 2000, and held the position of Executive Secretary of the Antiquities and Monument Office in Hong Kong from 2002 to 2006. So before joining WKCDA, he served as Deputy Director of the Leisure and Cultural Services Department of the HKSAR government. Now, please welcome Dr. Ng.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Hong Kong Palace Museum to attend the third and the last sessions of the summit. The International Summit has received very warm and encouraging response from the audience. There were over 160,000 real-time viewers who watched the live stream of our two plenary sessions yesterday. Hopefully, we will break the record today. In recent years, we have been seeing a new wave of museum growth in the world with a number of museum renovation and expansion projects. In this panel, we will explore what museums of 21st century should look like, how they should present and interpret local and global art, culture, and historical objects, and how they should engage visitors and communities, what it means to be a truly international museum. The first presentation of this panel will be given by Dr. Huang Chunfa, Director of the National Museum of China. Dr. Wang is also chair of the museum's academic committee and editor-in-chief of the Journal of the National Museum of China. As a research fellow, Dr. Wang has made significant contributions to the field of world economic history, science and technology management, and research on science and technologies policies. From academic to leadership positions, he demonstrates a commitment to advancing knowledge and fostering innovation in China's cultural and scientific domains. Dr. Wang obtains his PhD in economics from the Graduate School of Chinese Academy of Social Science. Now I think that I would like to invite Dr. Wang to come on the stage to present his presentation. Wang Guanzhan, 请。
尊敬的谭主席
Mrs. Tan, Mr. Ng, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. It's my great honor to join you at this Hong Kong International Cultural Summit. And we're here to discuss the cutting-edge issues of museum development. This is very relevant to us because we're building a common community with a shared future for mankind. Today, I'd like to talk about the changes and strategies in response to museum interpretation from a global perspective. First of all, I'd like to talk about the new changes in museum interpretation from a global perspective. I think there are 10 trends. First, the international museums are increasingly interested in non-Western voices. For a long time, Western countries have been holding a dominant position, and other countries are learning from Western countries, seeing it as an advanced culture. In recent years, with the emergence of East and countries from Southern Hemisphere, the dominance of Western culture has been challenged. UNESCO has passed the documents that promote the development of museums and advocate for respect for the diversity of global cultures and the diversity of protection and preservation of museums. So non-Western countries have seen fast growth of their museums.
By the end of 2021, there were more than 3,900 museums in Brazil and Chinese mainland. There has been 6,500 museums. In 2023, there were many museums that have seen a great investment, and the voices from the global south and non-Western countries will become even larger. And secondly, we are seeing greater emphasis on the local interpretation of early history of civilization. And international academia generally considers that different regions can have different criteria to identify the formation of the civilizations. that match the characteristics of their societal development from ancient times. And we have also kickstarted the roots and origin searching projects in the Chinese mainland so that we can have cross-disciplinary, multi-dimensional, multi-level and comprehensive studies of the origination, formation, and early development of Chinese civilization. We have the Shanxi and many other provincial roots searching projects, which gives us great conditions to search the origin of Chinese history. And thirdly, we are seeing more attention paid to the political implications of collections and exhibitions. The museum collections and exhibitions have transformed from being aesthetic-centered to being national identity-centered. And it has a very big impact on the museum. The Museums of Association in the strategic planning from 2023 to 2028 has mentioned that one of the key themes for museum is to remove the colonization factor in the museum exhibitions, and the political implications are being paid more attention. The Amsterdam Museum has mentioned that the golden age will not be used to describe the 17th century. And there has been new tax for exhibitions to remind the audience the exhibitions related to slavery. And the British Museum has a exhibition that focus on the Chinese history, and that exhibition shows the resilience and history of China. So these are the very important marks for the transition of the museums. And the fourth character is that the museums are placing greater emphasis on the construction of an independent knowledge system. So through collection, exhibitions, and education, the museums hope to focus research topics to develop a knowledge system based on the accumulation of the practices and production experiences of a particular nation, so that they can meet the production and living needs of the nation and solve the prominent problems faced by the nature. For example, and a Black history and African culture exhibition has showcased the knowledge system of the local country. And for Chinese National Museum of China, we have also exhibitions that showcase the traditional Chinese medicine, which shows the formation, evolution, and the contribution of the traditional Chinese medicine. The fifth trend is that we are seeing a bigger emphasis on fostering positive feedback with the public. We need to stand from the audience perspective so that we can produce cultural products and services that meet public's expectations. In terms of the collection, donation has become a very complementary sources for different museums. In the history of the British Museum or National Museum of China or other museums, we have seen such cases. We are seeing more active participation from the public, and more museums will research the preference of the audience and also absorb the contribution from the society so that we can have more active engagement with the public. And in terms of the communications, more and more museums focus on their interaction with the audience online and offline. A lot of museums are utilizing their websites, applications, and social media to attract younger audience or international audience. And sixthly, we are seeing more applications of the latest technologies. AI digital technologies and ICT technologies are being utilized to change the interpretation of the history and collections in the museum. And the management of the collections has become very important. And Smithsonian has set up a digital project office, and they utilize 3D technologies to enhance the digitalization of the collections. And for our museum, we have digitalized more than 100 exhibitions, and we have digitalized more than 7,000 objects. We have the collection management system, restoration systems, and data and big data platform, which helps us to manage the life cycle of the collection. And on our website, we have also held more than 800 virtual exhibitions, and during the pandemic years, we have held 2 online exhibitions with museums around the world. And we have utilized the smart museum as an opportunity and build up our own operation platform so that we can have a real-time management of the museum. And we have enhanced our management efficiency and provided support for our audience interactions. The 7th characteristics is that we are seeing more emphasis on reliving cultural heritage. We are seeing many museums uploading the images of their collections to, for example, some games. For example, Henan CCTV has launched a program, and also many other animations and games that puts cultural heritage alive. There are more than 50,000 cultural relics that becomes display on the internet, and we have utilized the internet, big data, 3D data collections, AR, VR to interpret the objects and their history, and it has given us values of aesthetics, history, etc. We have display our objects on a high-tech screen, and we also have robotics who help us to display these objects on the internet, which gives the audience a richer experiences and at the same time can interpret in a deeper sense the values of the objects. The 8th characteristics is that we are seeing a changing of the cultural functions and missions of the museums. Museums believe that we need to collect, exhibit the relics and educate the public, but with the evolution of the society and museums development, we emphasize that display is our main function. Curation is our core capability. In recent years, the National Museum has implemented a curator system. Last year, we have more than 60 exhibitions. No matter when you come to our museum, you can appreciate more than 25 offline exhibitions. You can come to the National Museum to have a sneak peek into China. And we also have evaluation system for the museum. And the evaluation system is embedded in each part of the museum. The objects that we are displaying decides the characteristics and the taste of the museum. The 9th change is the neglection of contemporary and modern development, be it unintentional or intentional. In 2013, the theme of the Museum Day is the museum innovation. And we can see that museum is very important to the development of the society. Most of our collections in the museums are the objects from the history or from archaeological discovery. The contemporary and modern images of the society would be very helpful for our understanding of human history in the future. However, most of our objects and exhibits in the museums focus on the past. And we are seeing a lot of neglections for contemporary and modern development. And this is a shared problem for most of the museums this day. The 10th change is a lacking of global perspective and comprehensive interpretation of the development of human history. And in the meeting of the Museum Association in 1995, we have mentioned this problem. In 2000, the Paris meeting has mentioned that we need to have globalized mindset and localized actions, which is a new model for modern museums. But we must admit that not a lot of museums can actually do the practice. The research and narratives of the museums focus more on the localized civilization. And there is a lack of proactive efforts to create grand narratives, a global perspective, or comprehensive interpretation of the development of the human history. There are not a lot of exhibitions similar to British Museum's A History of the World in 100 Objects. So these are the changes or trends that we are seeing in the museums sector. Next, I would like to talk about the challenges faced by museums interpretation. There are 6 parts. The first one is that the international environment is becoming more and more complex. We are seeing the pandemic, the war, and many other geopolitical conflicts. But with such a complex international environment, we're seeing urgent needs for international cultural exchanges. But there are different factors that affect these kind of cultural exchanges. 10 European institutions has decided to exit the exhibitions in Russia due to the war. And there are many requests that have been cancelled. For Russian museums, has recalled their objects borrowed to other museums in Europe.
Secondly, new technologies, especially AI, as well as Internet, big data, cloud computing, have been widely used in museums, opening a new window for museums. And the museums somehow feel overwhelmed by these technologies. In recent years, generative AI technologies like Sora and ChatGPT have challenged research, education, design, dissemination of information in different aspects of human life. And these profound changes are much more overwhelming than the past changes, and they have disrupted the perception, knowledge, and ethics since the beginning of human society, and they will very probably lead to new changes in humankind. One of the features of modern museums is high accessibility, and these exhibitions have targeted features, and this can be reflected in the structure and demographic features of audience. Many visitors come to museums for leisure, as a hobby, or for educational purposes. They're from different sectors, and they're paying a visit to the museum to look for a medium of their own emotions, and in this process they are interacting with museums in an intensive level. And given that the current museums are not there only to show historical relics, we need to improve our ways to give good narratives connecting the past and the present, so we can enable human beings to understand history from a different perspective, and we can strengthen the mutual understanding between different cultures. Fourth, sometimes too much emphasis has been placed on political implications. That's why the museums are losing their authority. Given the huge influence of museums, for a long time, museums have the authority to interpret history. And museums can decide whether to interpret historical and cultural phenomenon, and they can decide the perspectives of interpretation. But in recent years, diversification and variety are necessary. Sometimes there is a high level of political implication, and the museums are losing their authority in interpreting. In 2020, because of the Frank Floyd's event, the museums were the victims of the populist campaigns, and the American Museum decided to remove the statue of Theodore Roosevelt, and some museums have renamed themselves because of the roles of the Caucasian figures in this event. And as we pointed out, now the curators of museums cannot work independently but have to adapt themselves to the progress of society. Fifth, there has been profound change in the functions of museums. Museums are there to serve the public purpose according to ICOM. They're there to exhibit and demonstrate non-tangible cultural relics in order to promote diversification and sustainability. And in the new definition, museums should be serving the public, and the museums are there to take care of the relations between the public and society. These are the most important functions of museums. Well, other museums, other functions will need to depend on deeper research into the role of museums. To society and to museums, the essence is to serve human beings, to serve the public, to serve society, to serve the peace and development of the world. These are working towards the same direction. Sixth, the safety and security of museums are being challenged. In recent years, the safety and security of museums have faced severe challenges. In 2018, the National Museums of Brazil lost 90% of its collections because of a fire. And also in 2019, the Notre Dame Museum in Paris had a huge flame. And also in 2022, some environmentalists attacked British National Museum with ketchup to protest against the environment, and also the Mona Lisa painting was also damaged by the protesters. With more events like this, museums are faced with greater challenges in safety and security, leading to higher costs in maintenance. And these are the 6 challenges that museums are now facing. In the third part, I'm going to talk about my recommendations on museum interpretation from the perspective of globalization. Museums play an important role in international cooperation. With globalization, museums from different countries should work together so we can practice global civilization initiative proposed by President Xi Jinping, so we can better interpret civilizations. In this way, we can create favorable conditions for local and foreign civilizations so we can work together towards a better future for modernization of the world. To achieve that objective, I'd like to give 3 recommendations. First, we need to face up to challenges and adopt more active responses. A Greek philosopher once said, changes are the only thing that never change. We need to face the eminent issues and highlight the roles of different countries in building cooperation platforms for museums so we can build a better mechanism for better communication and also a sharing mechanism of collections. In this way, we can establish long-term relationship between different museums and research institutions. At the same time, we need to seek common understanding in communication. We need to look for solutions, and these solutions must be targeted. We need to compile a list of issues affecting museums and heritage sector so we can work together to make sure that the collections can be returned if they were transmitted to other countries illegally. And we need to face the new technologies like SORA. We need to improve the capabilities of independent curators. We need to have a better understanding of the borders and limitations of new technologies. We need to better educate the public and museum visitors. In this way, we can propose some effective solutions. Thirdly, we need to deepen exchanges and jointly create a better future. Exchanges must not be conducted in silos. We need to create more opportunities for cooperation and better understanding so we can lead the direction towards better understanding of civilizations through long-term plans, exhibition exchanges, academic conferences, and talent exchanges. We must deepen our work and make long-term plans so we can go to other countries and embrace visitors from other countries as well, so we can form a mechanism including exhibitions, dialogues, academic conferences, so we can work together towards a better future for museums. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wong, for the insightful sharing. Coming next is the next speaker is Dr. Miguel Falomí, Director of the National Museum of Prado from Spain. Dr. Falomí was the chief of Italian and French printing department at the Museum Prado in 1997, and then the deputy director of preservation and research in 2015. He became the director of the museum in March 2017. He has curated many of the Prado's blockbuster exhibitions and has been involved in the restoration of important works by Titian, Veronese, and Raphael. Dr. Falomí obtained a PhD degree in art history from Valencia University. Dr. Falomí, please.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here today. So let me start expressing my deepest gratitude to the organization for inviting me to this extraordinary and extremely interesting event. Since its opening at the beginning of the 19th century, the Prada Museum has been aware of its international dimension. Like so many other European museums that emerged at that time, its purpose was eminently nationalist. The institution was designed to exalt Spanish art in the eyes and ears of international public opinion. We can affirm that that initial purpose was fulfilled. Since its inauguration in 1819, Velázquez and Goya have established themselves among the greatest and most influential painters of Western art. The Prado has had more foreign than domestic visitors, and for more than 150 years, it was practically the only thing in Spain that received praise abroad. 200 years later, however, many things have changed, but in this talk, I will focus only on two. First, volume. The Prado Museum has multiplied its visitors by 3 since 1980 and closed 2023 with more than 3,240,000 visitors. The majority were foreigners, 53%. Of these, the United States was the country that contributed the most, with an 11%, followed by Mexico with a 5%, Argentine, France, and the Asians with 3 each. In other words, compared to what happened 40 years ago, the Prado today attracts more non-Europeans than Europeans, excluding logically Spaniards. Second, let us consider geography and note that it's less decisive than other factors when it comes to establishing the typical visitor to the Prado, because regardless of origin, other constants are repeated and imposed. The majority of the public is under 40, and more women than men visit us, predominating those with university education. Now, let me focus on the profile of the Chinese visitor, which differs little from the average visitor. It is also mostly female and university educated, although it is significantly younger, with an average age of 29 years old. 2018 was the year with the highest influx of Chinese visitors, with a 3.6% to disappear during the pandemic and re-emerge in 2023 with a 1.6%. But globalization should only not be measured by the number and scope of our foreign visitors, but also by the domestic ones. Spain has changed extraordinarily in the last 25 years. Allow me to provide 2 eloquent examples of these transformations. When I was born in 1966 under Franco's dictatorship, Spain was a country of immigrants. Millions of Spaniards had left the country for Europe in search for work. Today, it's a country of immigrants. 14% of the population was born outside of Spain, and up to 25% are foreigners or children of foreigners. And what about other indicators? In 1966, for example, you could only be a Spaniard if you were Catholic. Today, only 55% of Spaniards identify themselves as Catholics, and only 18% regularly attend churches. In other words, we live in a more connected and permeable world, and our societies are increasingly heterogeneous, to the point that the distinction between us, the nationals of a country, and them, the others, the foreigners, is becoming superfluous. So much that our content and communication strategies hardly vary between these audiences. At the end, our public is mostly a cosmopolitan and educated one, receptive to an offer of activities and projects that transcend languages and geographies, which explains, for instance, the extraordinary international reception of initiatives such as Writing the Prado, a sort of writer-in-residence program which invites great writers read equally in all places to the museum for several months, and then they write a piece inspired by their tenure at the Prado. So how does the Prado deal with the challenges generated by globalized world? I will systematize our strategies along two dominant lines of action, conceptual and communicative. A museum is the sum of many things, but two aspects give it character and make each one unique: the origin and nature of its collections and its history. The Prado Museum, as I have already said, opened in 1819, and its holdings were the Spanish royal collection, gathered in the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries. Even today, it is basically a museum of Western art, preferably paintings from the 15th to the early 20th century, which works mostly on religious and mythological themes, made with few exceptions by white men. The question that arises is why such a museum is or should be relevant to today's society, which is so different in principle from the context that shaped the collections. I doubt that former directors ever asked themselves this question. They didn't need to do it. The world was different and took for granted the sacrosanct, universal, and timeless character of great Western art. Such certainties no longer exist. It is true that the aesthetic dimension is still important. The Prado houses some of the most beautiful human creations, but it's not enough. One way to engage this global world is by reminding our visitors that past societies were more complex than it's often thought, and that we should not simplify those realities. The monarchs who collected the great masterpieces of the Prado Museum were, in fact, the owners of the first global empire of the modern age, the Spanish monarchy, a political entity that stretched across 4 continents. Not all the subjects of that monarchy had voluntarily accepted to be part of it. Many were incorporated through force and conquest, nor were they equal to each other, nor did they enjoy the same rights. Quite a few did not, in fact, have any. But the ethnic, cultural, and geographical diversity of that political entity is, in fact, what allows readings of our collection that have been absent until now and are completely in tune with the pressing issues of that are latent today and society asks to address. How did art reflect this superstructure and serve as an instrument of propaganda and legitimation? What role was reserved for non-Europeans in art, and what role was given to their fauna, flora, or artistic manifestations in the palaces of the monarchy? And this is where the history of the Prado Museum comes in. When it opened in 1819, the museum included art and objects from all over the empire. But at the end of the 19th century, it was decided that non-European works lack aesthetic value. They were interesting archaeological or anthropological testimonies, but not works of art, and as such, they were relegated to non-artistic museums, as happened with the marvelous 1699 paintings inlaid with mother of pearl depicting the conquest of Mexico, or the portraits of the mulatto gentlemen of Esmeraldas from Ecuador, today at the Museo de America. Recovering a sense of the more heterogeneous nature of the collections in the past, and giving visibility to others from different parts of the world, that have remained in storage, such as our splendid collection of Filipino art, it's one of the recent lines of action being taken at the Prado. It is also an effective way of activating the relationship between the museum and the growing immigrant population in Spain, mostly Latin American, who see how art made in their countries of origin is shown on an equal footing with the great works of Western art. If the integration of works is possible, why not that of people? Significantly, with exhibitions such as Return Journey, devoted to the works from the Americas that arrived into Spain after the conquest, the Prado experienced the influx of those immigrants for the first time. But the history of museums and the way they distributed and displayed their collections in the past did not only marginalize certain works for geographical, ethnic, or religious reasons, but also because of gender. And in this aim to create a more inclusive museum, the Prado in Feminine investigates the role played by women in the creation of the collection, be it as creators and, especially in our case, as patrons. Let's remember that our audience is mostly female, and if we focus on our usual audience, the one that visits the museum at least twice a year, overwhelmingly female, can a museum pretend to be global and ignore its main audience? These guidelines, the issues that are a concern to us today, are transversal and take shape through different areas of the museum, from staff recruitment to exhibitions or education. And that brings us to the second point. How do we implement these ideas, and what role does communication play in it? One of the most radical developments of recent decades is the realization that the Prado is not just a physical reality. Our aim is to establish effective synergies with those who are interested in the Prado and its collections, no matter where they are, but adapting means and strategies to different realities. Today, when we think about the Prado's public, we do so from a triple perspective: those who travel to Madrid, those who virtually access the Prado from any location, and those who find the Prado in their localities. We are not talking about three different audiences. There are many who participate in the three categories. But it is true that these contexts harbor important differences. In the remaining minutes, I will focus on those who don't travel to Madrid, as I believe that it's where the Prado has developed more interesting strategies. The Prado carries out many activities outside its headquarters. It does not have venues or satellites, but it does have more than 3,000 works in permanent deposit throughout other institutions in Spain, and these form part of what we call the extended Prado program. In addition, we always have a temporary exhibition project touring Spain, and occasionally we take masterpieces to other Spanish cities. On a more modest level, in terms of means but not scope, is the Prado in the streets, which consists of bringing reproductions of our masterpieces to public spaces. The Prado in the streets is an exemplary program through which the museum works with cultural mediators in the cities that host us, and this allows us to strengthen relationships globally. Very successful since its first edition in 2011, it has been in 4 continents, 23 countries, and 61 locations. Also abroad, the Museo del Prado shows its holdings in monographic exhibitions, such as the many held in the USA, Australia, Japan, or the one that will open next month in Shanghai. For all that physical presence and direct contact with the works of art is important, The truth is that technology has contributed extraordinarily to create and consolidate an international audience. With the turn of the 21st century, the Prado, like all great museums, embraced digital culture, reaching an increasingly larger and more diverse audience. In 2009, it was pioneered in the application of technological initiatives such as Google Earth in museums. And as for all great museums, the pandemic was a point of no return. The definitive confirmation that the museum could reach out and be relevant for society beyond its physical or geographical reality. There are two main instruments of this dissemination: the website and social media. In both cases, our strategy is to privilege the quality and novelty of the content. Several of our initiatives have been particularly valued by both the general public and specialists. Here you have the audience of our web in the last month, and usually from different countries. Several of our initiatives have been particularly valued by both the general public and specialists. The Prado website was awarded the Webby Award, a recognition that our TikTok, in which we are world leaders, has also received. All this has contributed decisively to the creation of an enormous global community of virtual followers of the museum, and we hope to be able to grow further in this direction with an online campus that will offer a regulated educational program, especially aimed at Spanish speakers. In short, we are witnessing a moment in which changes of all kinds are taking place at a dizzying pace, technological, social, cultural, and we do so from what are probably the most prominent cultural institutions in the 21st century, museums. Every moment of change presents challenges, but it also offers opportunities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Forlomi, for your presentation. Our final presentation of this session will be given by Dr. Yannick Lins, President of the Gimet National Museum for Asia Art from France. Before joining Gimet in 2022, Dr. Lins was the advisor for museums and heritage of the then Minister of Education of France between year 2000 to 2002. And he has held various positions in Louvre Museum since 2003, including head of the Islamic Arts Department since 2013. He was involved in major cultural diplomacy initiatives that translate into several large-scale and groundbreaking projects with Islamic countries, Central Asia, and Iran, including the exhibition Islamic Art, a part of a present that was deployed in 1860 in France. So, Dr. Lins, please.
First of all, I would like to express my deep gratitude to the organizers of this wonderful summit. I'm so proud to be here and to speak with you about this present and future of museums. When I was appointed as president of Musée Gimet, that was in November 22, so almost 1 year and a half now, I had the feeling, and it was what I expressed to President Macron, that we are in a very specific time for the future of the museums, in this new world, in a certain way, international context, And I had the feeling at this time, and more and more every day, that Musée Gimet can be a very interesting study case of what has to be a national museum devoted to Asian art in France in the years to come. So I would like to share with you a few ideas about what is in fact my strategy. And I focus here on three main points, taking the museum from the 20th to the 21st century, changing the way we look at it, and attracting young people, Asian from France and Asians from Asia. If I just want to tell you from where are we coming from, Musée Gimet was founded by Émile Gimet. Émile Gimet was a collector that was, like many collectors in the 19th century in Europe, fascinating by the East. And he went to China, he went to Japan, but it also went to Middle East and Egypt. So his vision was the vision of the East, the large East. So he decided to give all his collections to the States, and he built the museum that you know this, or you may know for some of you, this museum in the center of Paris, not far from the Eiffel Tower, and it opened to the public at the late 19th century. Musée Gimet follows more or less the history of European museums and of the French museums. That means that I see for Musée Gimet in the past three sequences. The first one was the creation. This was the model of a 19th century museum. That means to change a private collection to a public collection. That means, and at this time, it was the way to open it to a public, to put the collection in showcases, and to try to have labels on each showcases, and the public was a public of amateurs at this time. For Musée Gimet, I would say there was a second important time that started under President Chirac, end of the 20th century, in the 90s. President Chirac was in love with this Musée Gimet, and he decided, and you know also how Jacques Chirac has also a vision on the place of France in the international context. He was also a collector of Asian art. So he understood, I think, very well at the end of the 20th century, that means more or less 30 years ago, that Musée Gimet has to become a big national Asian art museum. And he decided to put a lot of money in the museum and to give him the possibility to become at this time what we could name a modern museum. It was in the same dynamic as the Louvre Museum with what we call the projet of the Great Louvre, etc. So a time of modernization of the museum. And of course, the idea was to enlarge the public of the museum, to come from amateurs public to a large and popular public. When this new Musée Gimet opened in 2001, the audience was incredible. It was around 500,000 visitors in a museum where you could have 10 years before maybe 50,000 visitors. So it was really a new step. So this was before the 21st century. And I think that my mission is now, as new president of Musée Gimet, to make this museum a 21st century museum. So what does it mean? And I would like only here in a few minutes to sum up what is this strategy. The strategy, of course, is linked to what I think I understand of what is our world today, or how our world is changing in international context of tension, this famous conflict of civilizations that media likes to tell every day, and of course on a more local context, the idea as a professional of museums, I started to be curator 30 years ago. So what I think now, it's no more time of incantations, but of real strategies, evaluations, and trying really to do what we wanted to do 40 or 50 years ago, sometimes saying we want to develop museums audience. In French, there is always the idea of cultural democratizations, but in fact, we can see today that we didn't manage until now to do this cultural democratization. And so it's modestly what I would like to do now, seriously, in Musée Gimet. So how to do it? We need, first of all, I think, of course, the strategy for me, in 2 words, is to develop attractivity. Attractivity of the museum in Paris and attractivity on an international way also. That's why, mainly why I am here today and with a lot of projects in Hong Kong. So attractivity in Paris. You are here outside of the museum. And I think that the story starts outside. As I told you, this museum was built at the end of the 19th century, so in a very, very neoclassic style. I always say to my team, this facade is boring. Nothing, when you are outside, nothing tells you what you can see inside. And inside, it's the most important European collection of Asian art. And for those who know Musée Gimet, I should say it's fascinating when you are inside. But outside, it's so sad with a lot of traffic. So we decided to start the experience, the journey of the visitors outside. And as you may know, this year is our Chinese year in Musée Gimet. Chinese year because we are celebrating the 60 years anniversary of the diplomatic relation between France and Asia. So, better than saying only we have to be entrance door for European people to Asia, I will not only say it, I will try to do it. And so I I just imagine, and so it's a test, and we will have evaluation after 1 year. But if you come now to Musée Gimet until February 25, until the Chinese New Year, you will see a Chinese facade of Musée Gimet, and a Chinese facade done by a Chinese artist. Her name is Xiong. Maybe some of you know her. She lives between Shanghai and Paris. And of course, I will not describe you what is the project. I will just show you. This will be during the night. So the museum exists, and how I could say in Shanghai last October, usually you go on the top of Musée Gimet to look at Eiffel Tower. I hope that this year you will go top to Eiffel Tower to look at Musée Gimet. So it's the first way to develop attractivity. Of course, what we decided with the artist Xiong, the title of the work is The Guardians of Time. So with the idea, a museum is, of course, symbolized heritage, memory, so symbolize the past, but is in the present and has to symbolize also the present. And the present, as we all told my colleagues and I will also, technology is also our present, and whose sculpture that you will see outside of the museum are done by AI with the beginning of the research on AI was to say what symbolized Chinese culture, and we did research with dragons, etc. So here is the 12 results of thousands of answers of AI, and you can read, but we've also those new guardians of time that are all also symbolizing values, positive values. And I think that, of course, a museum is here to transmit heritage, to transmit culture. But for me, culture means beauty, but also value. And so we, of course, hope that it will be the beginning of this attractivity. Of course, the attractivity means, increasing the attractivity means also strategy audience. Our strategy audience has 3 objectives. I think it's if we want to have concrete results, as I told you, for me, it's very important to have concrete objectives, concrete projects. So the 3 objectives are to be more attractive for young people, because young people, families are the future, and we are here as an educative institution, and I think it's important to speak to young people. Second, which is also a French reality, is we have 10 million Chinese people living in France, and other Asian people also from South Asia, for example. We need to be attractive for those people also. It has to be more or less their house. They have a double identity. They are Chinese and they become French, or sometimes it's even the second or the third generation. We need to speak to those people, and Musée Gimet has to become the place for those Asian people in France. And the third and last one are the Asian tourists. and of course, the Chinese tourists. As director of collections at the Louvre during 20 years, I could see how the Chinese tourists, of course, wanted to see the Louvre, when usually a tourist that arrives in Paris wants to see the Eiffel Tower, Château de Versailles, dear colleague, and Eiffel Tower, of course. But now that I start to know more China and other Asian countries, I feel also that, like Europeans coming to the East, we love to discover the other civilization or the country where we are. But we also like to understand how this country look at us. And Musée Guimet is the European heritage of fascination on Chinese culture, on Asian culture, on Eastern culture. And I would like that the Asian tourists coming to Paris could also more or less feel at home coming in this museum that is the entrance door from Asia to Europe. So those are our three objectives. So maybe just to give you some ideas of some direction of work. Of course, temporary exhibitions are something important in all our museums now. We don't have time this morning to develop, but I think we also, for the future of the museum, have to rethink the place of temporary exhibition in the life of a museum. But anyway, it's the way to develop attractivity. So we started a real choice about the theme of our exhibitions. Of course, Musée Guimet has the chance to have very high-level experts of Asian art. We have 10 curators really specialized in Asian art. For Chinese collection, we have 5 curators working on the collection. So we are lucky to be a real high-level institution in expertise on Asian art. But we need, again, to adapt to our public, or at least our population, if we want them to come inside the museum. That's why we started last summer to develop this type of theme of exhibition. It was Medicines of Asia, and why Medicines of Asia? It's, as you can imagine, or maybe you don't know, but now in Europe, in the West, all what is Asian medicines are very, very popular. It goes from meditation to yoga to a lot of other medicines, of course. And for the first time in such an exhibition, we had a meditation room beside of the exhibition. And we could see that such exhibitions, it's sure are more popular, and it's not the only reason, but we could see end of last year, we could have a very good result of audience because we increased more than 46% our audience, which is a sort of miracle of us, for us. Of course, now we have to follow. One success is not enough. The real success will be to have more in 24 and more after also. Another, of course, important issue, and every one of us told about it, is technology. And we all say we need technology in museums. And when I come in new museums here, you are for us a model of how to use technology in museums. And of course, we started to use it. I'm convinced we have to develop this. Again, it's not for me just an incantation. What does it mean? Why have we to use technology? It was my obsession the first day I started as a curator. Why is it so difficult for young people to enter in a museum and to have pleasure? Because it's really difficult to be in front of a showcase, see porcelain, and how can you say if you don't know anything, oh, it's so nice. I remember my first experience in a museum. I didn't know anything. I was 16 years old. My teacher was saying, see this beautiful painting by the artist Klee. He was crying for emotion. And I didn't have any emotion. So my only obsession was to say, I have to be more back or more in front. I'm not in the good position for the miracle to happen. So this is the reality of our museum. So technology brings, of course, immersive contextualization. It brings you, again, the storytelling of your journey in the museum. That's why we are lucky now to have such possibilities to introduce this scenography and to turn from a serious exhibition to a spectacular show. And we have to be proud to produce spectacular show. So, okay. Other direction about temporary exhibitions is to enter from the present to the past. If we want to enlarge this public, if we want to be attractive for the young people, my reality as an Asian Art Museum's director is to say everyone in this global culture, every young people love mangas, love web series, love K-culture, Korean K-culture. And this is true all over the world, even in France, of course. So I want those people that love mangas to come in Musée Gimet, and Musée Gimet is the place to tell them the story of mangas. The story of mangas, as we know, started in the 18th century. So we have to explain and to show them the tradition of those heroes, of whose imagination that goes until today. And we are preparing for 25 a very big exhibition called, we will see the definitive title, but sort of a manga phenomenon, going from the Okuzai tradition to the video game of today. I can tell you that this, for the Musée Gimet, is really a new kind to see the musée. And it's one of my obsession, of course, is when you speak of Musée Gimet with a lot of young generation, I mean young generation, even people of 40 or 30 years old, sometimes people that became collectors, and often in those generations, collectors of contemporary art. When I ask them, what would be for you attractive, what is your feeling about Musée Gimet? They all have the same answer, saying it's a fascinating museum, of course so rich about your heritage, but a little old school. So, of course, this is also part of the strategy to develop events, musical events, party like M+ yesterday evening, so to change and to offer the facade to a young artist, so to bring this museum to the present. Okay, I hope that I could give you some of the ideas that are part of our strategy for the present and the futures. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lintz. Please be seated. Right, so I guess everyone in the audience must have gained a lot of inspirations and insights from the speeches just now. So we'll take a brief moment to set the stage, prepare the stage for the upcoming panel discussion and Q&A session. And for the time being, if you've got any questions in the floor, so don't forget to scan the QR code being shown on the screen. If you're watching the live stream at home, anywhere online, don't forget to use the Q&A box. Simply type in, put your questions, send in your questions. Our moderator later will pick a few questions and post them to our speakers later. So don't forget to send in your questions if you'd like to interact with our moderators or the speakers on stage for the first panel discussion. All right, time to invite our moderator, Dr. Louis back onto the stage, as well as our speakers, Dr. Wang Chunfa, Guan Zhang, Dr. Miguel Falomir, and Dr. Yannick Lintz, back onto the stage for this panel discussion. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, I think, for our distinguished speakers for your excellent presentation. We still have, I think, the 15 minutes, I think, for discussion before a coffee break. And I would like to first raise some questions to individual speaker, maybe Guan Zhang, 我先问你一个问题. I think one question, I think, for Dr. Wang, in your presentation, you mentioned that museum ideas and paradigms which were dominated by the West in the past have transformed into diverse and multi-regional ones. You have also mentioned that in 2022, the number of museums in China exceeds 6,000. And then with 600 million visitors a year, 1 billion online views, and more than 10 billion new media views, ranking among the highest in the world. I think that with the development of China's museum industry, how do you think China's experience, or what we call Chinese models, can contribute to the development of international museum theories and good practices?
Thank you, Dr. Wu, for your question. This is actually a very good question for the National Museum of China, or for the contribution of Chinese museum to the international arena. I would say that China has been developing very fast since the reform and opening up. Many of the museums were set up after the reform and opening up. The standards are world-class. So in terms of the exhibition or the development of the museum, we have some practices that we can share with you, which focus on the application of technologies. We have world-class technology, world-class display methods. Especially with the internet technology, the museums in China has adopted high level of digitalization and AI. I would say that we are very avant-garde in the theoretical and application of the technologies.
We're also using digital technologies to display the exhibits in a better way in Dunhuang museums and also in the Palace Museum. In our museum, we hope that through these intelligent technologies, we can also catch up with Dunhuang and the Palace Museum. In my speech, I mentioned the 3D data collection for cultural relics. And this is extremely difficult for the relics with a very complex shape and also those semi-transparent exhibits. But now we have completed data collection for 72 museums, and we could preserve 99.5% of the information, and that's sufficient for replicating the exhibit. That means even if these relics are destroyed, we can make replica which are nearly 100% similar to the original artifacts. And another good example is that in the National Museum, there was a vessel from the West Han Dynasty, and the vessel was made in the shape of a lizard. Well, you probably missed the picture in my presentation. It was extremely beautiful, and gold and silver were used on this vessel, and it was a vessel for drinking wines. And back then, our objective was to show this vessel in a clearer way to our visitors, because the audience could know the whole story about this vessel from inside out. At the same time, we have 82 virtual exhibition halls, and most of the temporary exhibitions are available online. In this way, we can reach out to a larger audience. In 2023, after the COVID, we received an audience of 750,000 visitors. We used different approaches, and we are available on different social media accounts. We have a total follower population of 12 million. So in this way, more visitors can gain access to our museum. I think these are some important experiences to share.
Well, and the next question I would like to Yannick, I think that Linz. I read the newspaper last Friday. You did an interview, with a local newspaper that you mentioned that the issues of decolonization and the repatriation of cultural relics. How does the Gimet Museum face calls from some international communities, that I think that to put down the white supremacy and and have an equal dialogue with the colonized people in the past, and also will you take actual repatriation action to return the cultural relics to the country of origin?
Thank you for the question. Usually when one of my European colleagues has such a question, he started to be anxious. I feel very open and concerned by this question. I started 20 years ago under the presidence of Henri Loiret at the Louvre Museum to think about what will be this future of the museum. And it is our future in the West to think about this important question. So this is my first point. It's a very important question. Mm-hmm. And we all have to face this new world and how, and my second point is to share how to answer to this. First of all, what is for me obvious, when there is a real proof of illicit traffic in a collection, and if once we will prove on one of our pieces that there is proving, it's important to say proving means material evidence. Of course, the day after, I would decide this with my colleagues from the country to send it back. For me, there is no question. But what is very important in this question is that as always, nowadays, with the social media, everything becomes black or white. The reality, and some of my colleagues here knows it, is more complex, like everyone, like every time. That means for history of the collection, and we have to educate our public what is the richness of the history of the collections between two countries. It's not only looting, it's also sharing scientific missions, sharing decision from the country and from France, for example, about the future of some collection during the 19th century, 20. We have archives showing that we had discussions. So what we have to do, our responsibility, is also to open a large public of all the different stories of these provenances. And the third and last point is I want to be very proactive with all my colleagues of the Asian countries to discuss with them. I think what is important for this heritage, first of all, is the conservation of the heritage. We are both curators, and our responsibility is a good conservation. Second, a museum is here to educate, to share with a large public. So I think that the new idea that seems to appear in the international discussions, and that I have, for instance, with the Minister of Culture in Cambodia, Ms. Sakona, because Cambodia is a lot concerned by those questions now. I say what is important is that this universal heritage, it's also a universal heritage when it's in a museum. It has to be shared by a maximum of visitors. So one idea, it's not the only, but one idea can also be sharing the presentation of a piece, 2 years on a place in a country, 2 years in another, and you will have a win-win partnership, because in Paris you have millions of visitors coming to see the museums. And in different, here I see in China you have a lot also. In Cambodia you don't have a lot of visitors, but you have the local population, and it's important also to share with them. Mm-hmm. So these are some direction on this question.
Okay, thank you, Janet. And then I have a question for Miguel. You told me that this is the first visit, I think, to China. But next month we will be in Shanghai, I think, to opening, I think, the major exhibition in the Shanghai Pudong Museum. And then yesterday we have a meeting, I think, to explore whether we can work together to bring your collection to Hong Kong. You once mentioned that, the Center of Art and Culture is graduating, moving from the west to the east. And what do you think that, that in Asia, I use audience market, especially the Chinese audience markets, that is becoming increasingly important globally. And then how this international partnership and projects can help Prada to achieve, I think, your mission and goals.
Well, I'm old enough to have witnessed how the world scene has shifted from the Atlantic to the Pacific, no? And I am absolutely convinced that the future is in the area Pacific. Asian Pacific area. And it's important for us to be here and try to explain why we still matter in this international globalized world. I think China is by far the most important country in the area and one of the leading countries in the world. So it's quite important to show what we have and how we have been thinking about museums and taking care of art in the past and what we are proposing for the future. In that sense, attending meetings like this is important, and sharing our experience in exhibitions like the one that we are opening in a month in Shanghai, and I hope that in the future joint projects, it's quite important. Yeah.
Thank you, Miguel. Okay, I still have about 4 minutes. I think I have one question. I think for all three speakers, because your 3 museums are all located in the world art cities with large international audiences. You just mentioned, in your presentation, are very important for showing your nation's culture, history, and national identity. But museum must also serve local community, promoting sustainable social development and build a better life for people. How do you balance the needs of international visitors with local audiences? Who answered the question? Because maybe you.
Well, it's true that major museums have local, national, and international dimension, and it is not easy to combine the 3 of them. Quite often, local population complain about the massive influx of visitors, and they complain that they feel that they have been expelled from their museums. As I said, it doesn't have an easy solution. If any of my colleagues have one, I will welcome it. But what we are trying to do is, among other decisions, for instance, we are trying to strengthen our Friends of the Prada Association. It has more than 50,000 members, paying a symbolic amount of money. They have priority access to the museum at any time, of course, through our education and social departments that are intended mostly for locals. And then rethinking some decisions that we took in the past. For instance, the museum is free daily from 6 to 8. This is a decision that it was taken, intended to invite low local income population to visit the museum, but it's not working because those who are free from 6 to 8 are the tourists, not the local low-income population. So what we have kept that to our daily free, but we are opening for free every Saturday, the first Saturday of each month from 8 p.m. to midnight. And there is when we are noticing that low-income locals, immigrants are coming to the museum. So, it's not the definitive solution, but it's one among many others.
Thank you, Miguel. Yannick?
Yes, about the tourists, in Gimet, I should say we are not the Louvre. I could see at the Louvre 90% of the visitors are tourists. In Gimet, more than 80% until now are local visitors. Local means Paris and around Paris. As you have understood, my strategy is to increase the tourists. The answers in the years to come are, first of all, Musée Gimet, we don't always know, has 3 buildings and collections in 3 buildings. So we also have to have a multi-site strategy. The other thing is that we are developing concept called now Gimet Plus. We will open small Gimet's museum in different regions of France because we are a national museum. So it's another strategy is to come to the population. Of course, in the idea that they can have first discovery in a small Gimet near the city and then come in the museum. So all the strategy are also thinking about what will be the journey of all those types of visitors.
王馆长可以说说你这个经验。
Dr. Wang, what's your experience? This is a very important question. The international and local audiences should have the same rights and same opportunities to visit the museums because museums are icons of the cities, but different museums have different missions. As a national museum, we should be the representation of the country's history and arts, and we have a special arrangements in this regard. But I would say that the international visitors will enjoy the same rights as the local visitors. But for international visitors, we have international docent services and other convenience services. But I would say that they can get the same access to all our exhibitions.
To end this, session, thank you very much. For all speakers, please give a big applause. To all these distinguished speakers.
Thank you very much once again. Absolutely wonderful discussion. Would you please remain on stage as we're going to take a group photo right here. Lovely. Stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. All right, a bit to the center again. We'll take one more photo. Bear with us, just to make sure it's a great photo. Thank you very much. All right, time for a coffee break before we move on to our next session. And would, ladies and gentlemen, everyone, please leave the auditorium for now, as we have to reset the auditorium, the venue, for our next session, our second half of the program. Thank you very much for your cooperation. And outside of the auditorium, we've already prepared some coffee and refreshments for you. So for the time being, for those who have been using our simultaneous interpretation device, please return them to our member of staff outside at the back of the auditorium. There will be other arrangements for the next session. See you all very soon. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is the Hong Kong International Cultural Summit 2024, part 2 of our Day 2 panel discussion. Coming up next, we'll be learning more about new ways of collaborating and sharing in the post-pandemic era, international perspectives in the second panel discussion. So just a warm reminder before we begin, for those who require simultaneous interpretation device, they've already been placed on the right-hand side of your seat. So you feel free to use them and pick your preferred language. Channel 1 is Cantonese, Channel 2 is Putonghua, and Channel 3 is English. 我们在您的座位上已经放置计时传译设备，有需要的朋友可以调到你喜欢的频道。频道1是廣東話，頻道2是普通話，頻道3是英語。各位現場嘅觀眾朋友，如果需要即時嘅傳譯設備，我哋已經將佢嘅設備咧已經放置喺你嘅座位右手邊嘅位置。你可以調校你喜歡收聽嘅頻道，頻道1係廣東話，頻道2係普通話，而頻道3係英文。So this session will be moderated by Dr. Maria Mock. Dr. Mock joined the Hong Kong Museum of Art in 1996 and is currently the museum director. She has extensive museum experience and was previously the curator in charge of different departments, including China Trade Art, China Antiquities, Modern and Hong Kong Art, Education and Extension Services. Dr. Mock has also curated and led a vast number of exhibitions and programs. She is a specialist in China trade painting with a research focus on dating, authentication, and has authored an extensive collection of published works with particular interest in the artistic interaction of global trade. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Mock.
Good morning, everyone. I notice we have a very energetic crowd after coffee. Everyone wakes up, right? In the past couple of days, we have been hearing guests describing Hong Kong as a unique city, a city that is an international cultural destination with a strategic position bridging between China and the rest of the world. There is need for innovative models of collaboration today. And at the fourth and last panel, we are honored to have 4 prestigious museum experts to share with us their thoughts on partnership and resource sharing in the post-pandemic era. The first presentation of this panel will be delivered by Dr. Wang Shudong, Director of the Palace Museum. Dr. Wang graduated from the Lanzhou University. He is an expert on researches that focus primarily on the conservation of caves, ancient mural paintings, and earthen sites, as well as cultural heritage monitoring, early warning system, and preventive conservation. Dr. Wang served consecutively as Deputy Director, Executive Deputy Director, and Director of the Dunhuang Academy prior to his current engagement. Over his career that spans over 3 decades of experience and expertise in heritage conservation, merited with numerous awards and technical patents, Dr. Wang presided over many conservation projects at nationally protected key cultural heritage sites and international collaboration projects with cultural heritage protection and management institutions. So with a warm applause, please welcome Dr. Wang to stage.
Thank you, Ms. Mo. Thank you, Ms. Chan. Thank you, Mr. Wu. I'm very glad to be invited to be here in Hong Kong and gather together with our counterparts from all over the world. I'm glad to have this opportunity to talk about the conservation on cultural relics. And in the post-pandemic era, how do we promote cultural diversity and interpersonal exchanges? So by taking this opportunity, I would like to share with you how we cope with the pandemic and how we collaborate in the post-pandemic era. As we know, for any national or district or community museum, we preserve the civilization of humankind. All the relics in the museum have encountered and experienced different ages and different geographical locations. And that's how we have the valuable relics that recorded the history and different times of mankind. These museums can be categorized into two different types. The first type is a venue for collection and preservation. Another museum, the royal palaces. So based on the collection of the royal families, the museums are established, including the Palace Museum, where I am working for now. And in the capital city of China, Beijing, it's where the Palace Museum is situated. We have 500 years of history. We have experienced 24 emperors, 2 dynasties, Ming and Qing dynasty. And in the construction of the royal buildings and architectures, you can see 3 cores of Chinese culture. The first one is Tao, which is the rules and principles to understand the society and nature. And on that basis, we have a set of rationale system, which is the management of the principle of managing the country and also interpersonal relations. And in Palace Museum, you can see different architectures and examples of civilizations such as totems, which shows how Chinese people get along with nature. With Tao and rationality, we need to build a harmonious society. In the process of building a harmonious society, each ruler of the country had different understanding of Chinese civilization, and all these have been exemplified through the palaces. For example, we have the 3 palaces in the front, which showcase the harmonious relationship between the human and nature and society. And we know that for Chinese people, we pursue harmony. And if we can realize these harmonies, we can have a stable society. If this peaceful state is broken, then the society would go through a trough. Here you can see the 3 palaces of the inner court. We have the Qianqing-gong, Jiao Tai-Dian, and Kunning-gong. So these are very important palaces in the Palace Museum, and it is also the examples of the Taoism, and they are in conflict with each other. When we are faced with conflicts, we should confront it and resolve it. When these conflicts are resolved, we can realize a harmonious and stable state. So these architectures have showcased the cultures and the spirit of Chinese culture. In the Palace Museum, we have almost 2 million pieces of sets of rattlers. We have the highest collections in China, also top 5 in the world. The source of the collections are first from the collections of the royal families. The emperors in China have respect for Chinese culture, and they have the highest admiration of the civilization before them. So they have collections since ancient time to their current dynasty. And a second source is the collections from the society and donation from the society. And the third very important source is the artifacts and crafts from the royal families, which showcase their pursuit for the spiritual world. It has also showcased the aesthetic taste of the emperors and their philosophy of ruling the countries. And we have also collections of different individuals and scholars.
Another source of collection is the important books about how the emperors governed a country and their life. This can only be realized when a country reaches a high level of economic development, and only a big country can accomplish such a big project. Besides, the architecture and collection in the Palace Museum can also reflect the integration of multiple cultures. We can see that different places of religious places can coexist in one imperial court, Taoism, Buddhism, and other religious beliefs. We can also observe the integration of the Chinese and Western cultures. From the Bower of the Spirit pool, we can see that the empress also wanted to introduce the Western lifestyle to their imperial court. And in the studio of Exhaustion from Diligent Service, we could see that Western missionaries integrated the painting styles of Western countries with Chinese paintings. So in the imperial courts of Qing dynasty, the exchanges of different religions were always there. And only because of this kind of exchange could we see development of culture. And only this way can people from different cultures respect each other. We could see some international objects here, but these objects were not looted by Chinese people from other countries. These objects were the results of international exchanges, both in technology and in culture. Chinese people are peace-loving people, and they don't loot objects from other countries. And these cultural exchanges can also be reflected in the imperial craftwork and some cultural elements from other countries. And this can be seen in one imperial court. China is a vast country, with multiple ethnicities. We're not only exchanging with countries along the Silk Road in India, in Middle East, and in other countries. Different cultures are also exchanging ideas with each other. In the artistic collections in imperial courts, we could see the result of international exchanges. Western missionaries brought Western paintings to Chinese imperial courts so that we could see the pinnacle of Western paintings, and they are the witness of cultural exchanges. So, in a new historical era, we need to use different approaches, academic research, technologies, etc., to protect this cultural object so we can celebrate the history that is embedded in the Palace Museum. The Palace Museum is a trinity of a tourist spot and also a cultural relic and also a museum. And this will present it to us a very daunting yet secret mission, and we need to use different methods, including managerial and technical methods, and we need international cooperation. Without international cooperation, we could not improve our capabilities. We could not learn from other international peers to fulfill this daunting task. At the same time, we have a very high vision, and we have a very ambitious objective, and we can only elevate our capabilities through international exchange. There are 4 visions. First, we need to build ourselves into a world-class museum by learning from each other. Secondly, we need to build ourselves into a conservation model of cultural exchange, cultural heritage sites. The Palace Museum is one of the first cultural heritage sites in China. We need to set an example with its protection, so the philosophy of protecting the Palace Museum can be promoted in different parts of China. And the Palace Museum must be a leader in cultural and tourism integration. We hope that culture and tourism can be deeply integrated, which is also one of the important development directions proposed by the Chinese government. Fourthly, the Palace Museum should be a gathering space for world cultural exchanges and dialogue. And only through cultural exchanges can civilizations be splendid, so the mankind can enjoy different civilizations altogether. That's why working with other countries and working with the international peers are definitely the mission of the Palace Museum, so we can learn from international peers, especially their good practice. Of course, exhibitions are an important part of cultural exchange. This is the case at present and in the future. Only through exhibitions can we have the opportunity to have dialogue with each other. Once we gather ourselves in a place, we can have a vivid view of the diversity unfolding among different ethnicities and human groups, because sometimes we draw different conclusions due to different perspectives, but we can seek common ground among differences. These differences and common grounds are both what we have to face with. Only through mutual understanding can we respect and understand each other. So these exhibitions are both held in China and overseas. At present, comparative exhibitions are an important approach to conduct cultural exchanges. The exhibitions featuring the same theme with objects coming from China and other countries can be juxtaposed together in one place, so we can see where the differences are and we can seek common ground. Seeking common ground and seeking differences are both our objectives. We can also go for joint archaeological work. In the past, we worked with countries along the maritime and land Silk Roads. After the pandemic, we reinstated the projects working with UAE. And through these joint projects, we could find that in ancient times, people had exchanges, and there is no reason for us not to have these exchanges at present with high technologies. These archaeological projects are not only conducted through collaboration with Asian countries, but also with other countries like the UK. And we invited foreign consuls to pay a visit to the Palace Museum. Through this joint initiatives, these diplomats came to the Palace Museum and know better about this cultural heritage with over 5,000 years of history, knowing better the China in ancient times, so they can know better China today. And in this way, we can build bridges of mutual understanding. We also have academic exchanges. That's why we took part in conferences like this one. We have successfully held 6 sessions of Taihe Fora, inviting people from different backgrounds, even people from different religious backgrounds, to sit together for a dialogue. The theme of the session last year was on cooperation and sharing in cultural exchange, cultural heritage conservation, and that laid a very good foundation for our application for the candidatures on International Cultural Heritage Preservation Committee, Conservation Committee. So we had experts from different fields, including conservation, to share experiences, so their experiences can be disseminated to peers immediately, so they can better protect the cultural relics in their own country. Talents are important. Without high caliber talents, there is no way that we can promote our efforts. So through international cultural relic conservation association, we could establish talent training programs. People from all over the world, especially the young talents, could work together, focusing on one topic. In this process, they could bring their own culture to China, and I believe these exchanges could only bring us closer. COVID has disconnected the bonds between different countries, but we need to rethink how we should exchange ideas with each other in the post-COVID era. Of course, online exchanges can be possible, but it's no way to be comparable to face-to-face exchanges. This is why we started the collaborative projects, which were stopped because of the pandemic. This year, we have applied for International Organization for Standardization's new technical committee on cultural heritage conservation. In the future, the secretariat of this committee will be located in Beijing in the Palace Museum. As a big country of cultural heritage, we should also be a leader in cultural heritage conservation, and we are supposed to offer a platform for international exchange for different parts of the world. This secretariat is located in China, but this organization is not a China-based organization. This is a branch of the International Organization for Standardization, or the ISO. In this way, we can sum up the experience of China and translate it into international experience. In this fast-changing era, in this era full of profound changes, we are indeed faced with multiple challenges, including natural disasters because of globalization and regional conflicts, as well as challenges brought by the internet, leading to disconnection between different demographic groups. And there are differences between cultures, and there is this fear of difference. There is this misunderstanding, lack of understanding between different cultures. I think all these factors brought us high level of uncertainty. So to people working in cultural institutions, in museums, we need to leverage on the cultural heritage sites, including museums, to better interpret these cultural exchanges. I think this was also covered by the last session of a panel discussion. We need to look at different civilizations from the very high point as an integral part of human civilization, and only from that level can we realize that there is no reason not to engage ourselves in dialogue. There is no way that we should involve in conflict, and only through dialogue can we remove conflicts from the world and build a better world. In the future, the Palace Museum will help each other build an equal and sharing platform with an open attitude, so we can build the Palace Museum as a salon for international exchanges, and only through this collaboration of cultural exchanges can we remove the misunderstanding and realize the future for the common future of human beings. Let's work together for a better and peaceful world as museum players. Thank you.
Thank you, Wang Yanjiang. Wang, for a very comprehensive presentation. In fact, I regret a little bit listening to him because he practically answered all my questions sent to him earlier. So I probably have to think of new questions for the discussion part. Next, we would like to welcome Monsieur Laurent Salomé, Director of the National Museum of the Palais of Versailles and Trianon. Laurent was being appointed Director of the National Museum of the Palaces of Versailles and Trianon in 2016, where he pursued a firm policy of refurbishing the palaces, expanding the programs, and enriching the collections. He was previously serving as director and key officials of various French museums, such as the Musée de Grenoble, Museum of Fine Arts of Rennes, and Museum of Rouen, and the Réunion des Musées Nationaux Grand Palais, where he was in charge of exhibition programs of both the Grand Palais and the Musée de Luxembourg in Paris before 2016. He has organized over 100 exhibitions, including the very popular A City for Impressionism, as well as many retrospectives at the Grand Palais in Paris and other contemporary art projects. He graduated from the l'École de Louvre with a degree from the French National Institute of Cultural Heritage after winning the first prize in the competition for curator of the museums of France. So a warm welcome to our champion of curators, Laurent.
Thank you, Mary. It's an honor and a great pleasure to participate in this summit, and as my predecessors, I want to thank the organizers for this excellent program. I'm happy to share our experience at Versailles, which can be a kind of paradox as an institution representing really a completely national, completely French symbol, a symbol of French history, politics, and art. And of course, it's also a place that we need to share with the whole world, because at the same time, Versailles is completely French, and it does not really belong to the French people only. It belongs to the world heritage. Just an image to recall that the fact that Versailles in its body is made of international relationships. This is a sketch by Charles Lebrun for the Staircase of the Ambassadors, one of the very famous architectural pieces of the palace, although it was destroyed in the 18th century. And this is supposed to represent the nations of Asia, which you all recognize here. And the staircase itself, this is a maquette because it was destroyed. You see that at the center of Versailles, it's a system of welcoming the whole world in the palace. So it's all about exchanges. And even if it tells a very old story, we are now in charge of sharing it with audiences from all over the world and in all possible ways. I go on with history, and this is the famous embassy from the King of Siam sent to Versailles in 1686. And it had the great result of bringing us the only surviving piece of royal collections of silver in Versailles, because all the rest has been melted during the different wars. And it's quite funny to think that all that remains of the great royal silver collection of France is that Chinese teapot of the 17th century that was offered to Louis XIV by the ambassadors of Siam. And it went then to a private collection and was given to the museum by LVMH. Louis Vuitton recently was one of our major acquisitions, and it's part of a great exhibition that we will open very soon in Beijing next Monday with my friend Wang Zudong. We're about to open a big event symbolizing this exchange and proximity between Versailles and the Forbidden City. Another example of this very international nature of the collections of Versailles, this is a gift from the King of Poland to the Queen of France, Mary Lysinska, and it's German porcelain, it's Meissen. It tells stories from the Middle East. You have those merchants, the marchands levantins, as they called it in France. So it's a completely international object, a gift, a diplomatic gift also, and it's the kind of things that make the style and the atmosphere of Versailles. So Versailles, in fact, is not so French. It's completely international in itself. This is an example, of course, of those famous objects, which are a complete fusion between West and East. Chinese objects changed into the ultimate French style. That can be porcelain with the mounts, or cabinet making made with Chinese lacquerware. So this is the basis of what we use to explain the long-lasting relationship starting in the 16th, 17th century, especially with the role of the Jesuit fathers and all those curious and modern people who were courageous enough to travel and understand the culture of such a different country. Just a few other images of this importance of the difference of far cultures for French art, and just to insist on the fact that there will be no French art without Chinese art or Chinese culture. This is a sleeve with the decoration of Chinese winter games. Of course, you may already know the famous series of the exotic hunting scenes of Louis XV that were decorating the Petite Galerie in his private apartment in Versailles. And although hunting was a daily practice for the king, he liked to imagine himself hunting in very exotic countries, including China. The painting on the right is the last one that was commissioned, and it's the Chinese hunt. I don't know what's so Chinese about it, but I'll let you judge that. Chinese art was also essential in creating the most typical French productions of the 18th century. You see an example of Sèvres porcelain. You know that, of course, the obsession in France was to imitate this mysterious technique of the porcelain, and they couldn't really do it until they found the material in France in the middle of the 18th century. But they were not only using Chinese motifs as a decoration, they were also imitating forms, even though it's a completely different thing. It has nothing to do with Chinese porcelain, but it's supposed to be completely Chinese. And just as Louis XVI commissioned this portrait of Emperor Qianlong, made from a portrait done by a Jesuit father in China. This was from his private collection. Marie Antoinette also, with this ring game that was installed in the gardens of the Petit Trianon. It was very fashionable at that time. That I'm not sure it was even so popular in China, but you're supposed to catch a ring with a stick, and you see this little Chinese palace next to the Petit Trianon, which is the typical neoclassical French castle. Of course, China is not the only source of inspiration for the French court. Japan is also very important, and Queen Marie Antoinette owned one of the most beautiful collections of Japanese lacquer boxes. I'll just show you a few examples. They were offered to her by her mother, the Empress of Austria. So you see how completely international this all is. There's also the fantasy of the Middle East. In that case, it's less based on real relationships. It's more imagination. And with this very splendid clock, La Pendule au Sultan, and you see it's a kind of fantasy with these women and the bases with the camels, the ostriches. And a kind of symbol of that curiosity of Versailles was this menagerie. It was a castle in itself, built very early from the beginning of Versailles in the 1660s, a castle from where you would observe one of the first big zoos in Europe, and all the different areas, of course, are filled with animals from all over the globe. It has very quickly disappeared, and we know it now thanks to digital recreations, which are, of course, one of the classic ways for us to share this history with the public when we can't take them there anymore. I think the link doesn't work, and we don't have time to manipulate all our virtual tools that we develop around the collections, but you might want to explore and go through the Petit Trianon in a 3D reconstruction. You can zoom, enter, and everything you want on using that link. And that complex history, we try to make it very easy to understand and clear. This is an example of a digital system that you can see when you start your visit in Versailles. It's the only digital part of the visit because we like to insist on the real atmosphere rather inside, and we use the digital elsewhere. But this is it's a film. This is just a still from this film that shows you how the palace has grown and transformed across the centuries. One of our very useful ways to share this heritage with a distant audience was to create that virtual exhibition called Virtually Versailles. And Hong Kong has been an important step in this project because the show has been organized in two venues here recently at the Heritage Museum and then in Macau in the last summer. and it's going to travel to Hangzhou soon. So it has become for us a very important project. It's 100% digital. It evolves and improves at each venue. And for us, it's really important because we know that a certain part of the Chinese public will not travel to Versailles. We are still expecting you to come back. China was 12 to 14% of the visitors of Versailles before the pandemic. And now it's just 2%, but I think you're going to come back very soon, and we're expecting this. But in the meantime, we have this, I think, quite nice virtual exhibition. You can take a bicycle and go through the park of Versailles with a film giving you the illusion that you ride a bike in the park, which is in fact not possible in the reality. It's only in that exhibition. Bikes are not allowed in the park. A few other images of the display. You see immersive spaces. This is the little theater of Queen Marie Antoinette in Trianon. And of course, you have also the typical 3D immersive system, where you can even see more things that you would ever see in reality, because if you're courageous enough to crouch and go under the furniture, you can look up and see the marks under the furniture, something you cannot do when you're in the real museum. A more traditional way to share the collections with the whole world is, of course, the traveling exhibitions that Versailles has been very active with. This was an example in Australia, in the National Gallery of Australia in Canberra. I would say today I would prefer to do something with Melbourne, which has such a different feeling, especially now that we know everything about the new precinct in Melbourne. But this has been an important project for Versailles, with very important works of art traveling to Australia. Another example of this exhibition in Canberra, this is more around Queen Marie Antoinette. And Marie Antoinette was the star of one of our other very important projects in Tokyo at the Fuji Museum, a very ambitious exhibition where we recreated a few spaces from Versailles. This is an example with the bedroom that she wanted to have at the ground floor of the palace. You know, Marie Antoinette was constantly asking for new spaces, new apartments, and that was one of the last bedrooms she wanted to be closer to her children in the late 1780s. And temporary exhibitions are also an opportunity to do things in a different way, something we wouldn't do in Versailles, in the permanent galleries, of course, but even maybe not in an exhibition in France. And for instance, here, this is a part of the exhibition in Tokyo, and you have this reproduction of a drawing where you see the big party for the wedding of the Dauphin, the future Louis XVI, with Marie Antoinette. And you can understand from the drawing the place of this table centerpiece, which is a very important object that we never know where to show in Versailles, but we like to show it in temporary exhibitions, and it was a sensation in Tokyo. Another important partner for us, of course, is the Louvre Abu Dhabi, and this has been really a groundbreaking experience for all French museums to work on this collaboration of a network of French museums with Abu Dhabi. It's both temporary exhibitions and long-term loans, which create a new universal museum. And as you know, in France, we are very obsessed with this idea of the universal museum. So this was one of our recent exhibitions, also about connections and interactions between Versailles and the rest of the world. And here are a few images of that exhibition. There was a lot about sciences, like we will also develop in our Chinese exhibitions this year. I think I forgot to mention that for those of you who don't want to travel to Beijing, there will be another version in Hong Kong soon, so you can have it at home, a great exhibition on the relationship between Versailles and China that we're working on with Louis, and you'll discover very soon at the end of this year. That exhibition in Abu Dhabi was an opportunity to try something to explain an important set of paintings that was acquired recently by the museum. It was in a private collection of a descendant of the Lady of Honor of Queen Mary Lisinska, who was very proud to have painted herself the paintings of her Chinese cabinet. And we, of course, the room has been destroyed, but we have the drawings by the architect, Gabriel, and we had this idea to enlarge the drawings and show the actual paintings on that drawing, which gave us the idea to recreate this in the permanent galleries of Versailles. So that was an example of a temporary exhibition giving an idea for a permanent display. And this is just another example of the long-term loans that we do in Abu Dhabi, which are also, I think, a very interesting way to have a presence with very typical works, like you see the horses of the sun on the left and the parts of the world who belong to the large commission by Louis XIV, with this whole philosophical system illustrated throughout the gardens of Versailles. We also sometimes lend very iconic paintings, like the famous Napoleon passing the Alps. But of course, you will never have exactly the feeling that you have in a museum which has been built, especially in the case of Versailles. Spaces have been created around the works of art. So for instance, here the crowning of Napoleon, that's something you can hardly recreate somewhere else. You can't really do it virtually. You have to come. In the end, it's the only real way to feel the reality of Versailles. Other things we try to do to share as widely as possible around Versailles is with music. We have a new program with young electronic music composers who've been using Versailles, its materials and sounds to compose, like Tilassine here, or Fakir, that's a play on words in French, who has used many sounds from Versailles, like here the clock sounds, to compose his music. And it's also a way to feel Versailles. It can be the clocks or the fountains in the gardens, as you've seen. Another way for us to expand and speak to a broader audience is, of course, contemporary art. I was struck to realize when I was part of a group of museum directors, I remember a few years ago, to realize that my colleagues from the United States or from Europe or Asia could only think of contemporary art when they thought of Versailles. And that was the only reason why they had come in recent years. Oh yes, I've seen Jeff Koons, I've seen... and it has become incredibly important for Versailles, which is a paradox also, because in a way it has nothing to do with the history. But I think it's been a very successful program. Here you have Jeff Koons. It's also a way to collaborate with foreign countries. Most of these artists were foreign artists. Another example from Asia, Yu Fan, who made one of the best contemporary exhibitions in Versailles. Anish Kapoor. And these artists very often have a way to encapsulate and to understand the mysteries and the magic of the place, especially this cosmic dimension of Versailles. You know, it's also a kind of Stonehenge. It's a place made in accordance with the planets, the sun. It's all about the myth of the sun. And Anish Kapoor has made a fabulous job with this. Versailles is famous for its fountains, which have been an inspiration for many international artists also. I'll only show you one example with Olafur Eliasson, the famous Danish artist, who has created not exactly a fountain, but something even higher than the greatest fountains of Louis XIV. And we even have now a contemporary permanent fountain, a new grove, the Bosquet du Théâtre d'Eau. And this is a reproduction of the sketches of the choreographic notes of the ballets of Louis XIV. So it's the dancing steps that have been transformed into a fountain. It's a work by Jean-Michel Otoniel, one of the best-known French artists of the time. So the only permanent contemporary work of art we have is by a French artist, but maybe this can change in the future. At least the inauguration, it's an American artist who performed for the inauguration of this fountain. It's Lil Buck. A more popular way to share with dancing is this very popular app in France. I don't know about Asia, but Just Dance is an app, a tutorial that has been developed by Ubisoft. And we recently had a big party in Versailles to inaugurate. It's a way to teach you the choreography. I don't think we have time for a real session now. I could have shown you the choreography of this dance. But it's been a very big success. Of course, it's a little bit of a cliche, or it's a bit kitsch, but it's also a way to enter into the dream and the fascination of Versailles. And then once you've done something like this, you can always hope you will want to discover more. Of course, it steps from this great tradition of feasts and parties in Versailles, starting from the famous Plaisir de l'Île Enchantée. This was a 4-day party that Louis XIV organized in 1664, and ever since, Versailles has been a place for shows and entertainment at a very sophisticated level, which we continue now. And of course now fireworks, and it's also supposed to be a source of pollution, so we replace them progressively with drone shows, but we still have fireworks all the time in Versailles. And this is just a little joke with this logo of Versailles that's been recreated by those drones. But I wanted to, as a conclusion, to show you a few images of this myth of Apollo, because we work, it's become a sort of logo or a brand, but it's not such a, of course, it's very meaningful for us. It's all about maybe what makes people come to Versailles. It's not to admire the power of France. I don't think that's the reason why people come from all over the world. It's because we all feel that there's a very mysterious quest of beauty and meditation in Versailles, and the myth of the sun god, of course, is the center of all this. And you have here two examples of the paintings inside the palace, one of the ceilings on the left, and you see the character in the lower part. It's France with her coat with the fleur de lis, and she's a little sad and meditating, just like on the right, Clytia, who fell in love with the godson, and she was punished to be transformed into a sunflower and would spend her whole life following the course of the sun. And you see the melancholic and deeply philosophical meaning of that myth of the Sun King. And because I don't want to always concentrate on this idea of the sun in Versailles, I would like to conclude with a very different image. Two examples of another aspect of the collections of Versailles, which, as very few people know, is also kind of national portrait gallery. This is more a British or American concept and never really existed in France, but in fact Versailles is also that. And we have an enormous collection of paintings and sculptures dedicated to all the glories of France, so it's completely French, but then again I like to think that maybe it's something that can be shared internationally. Here you have two very fascinating characters. On the left it's Rosa Bonheur, the now famous woman painter who was one of the most independent, modern, free women in the 19th century, and famous for her paintings of animals. And on the right, it's Victor Hugo, the iconic portrait that you see in all history books and literature books, and nobody knows that it's in Versailles. It's a hidden part of our collections, but I like the fact that they both seem to be dreaming or meditating, just like the other characters I showed you before with Apollo, the sun god. So this is an image of the diversity of Versailles and how difficult, but also how exciting it is to share to with everyone around the planet, which is much more fun than welcoming the French audience, although we try to get them back to Versailles because, as Miguel said before, at some point the French public was almost afraid of the Chinese because the Chinese were so many, and it was very funny to see how things reach a balance, and I think we're there. Maybe the pandemic will have had this very good result to create a new connection between visitors, because we feel that the behaviors are different. People discuss more together. The groups are not the same. Our foreign visitors spend more time. They're in smaller groups. They go more in depth into the collection. So I think this is all very encouraging for the future. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Laurent. Thank you, Monsieur Salomé, for a very enlightening talk. First time I've heard the director tells me that Versailles is not so French. Give us a lot of thoughts. Next on stage will be Mr. Makoto Fujiwara, Executive Director of the Tokyo National Museum. Mr. Fujiwara joined the Ministry of Education, Science, Sports and Culture in 1982, and he was appointed as the 29th Executive Director of the Tokyo National Museum in 2022. He has held various key positions in the ministry over the years and leading operations in many fields such as education, culture, sports, and science technology. At the Tokyo National Museum, he oversaw the special exhibition, Tokyo National Museum is History and National Treasures, which was the first time the museum displayed all of the national treasures in its collection. The exhibition welcomed more than 350,000 visitors, and as well as other anniversary events held with great success. Under his leadership, the museum has made significant strides in enhancing accessibility for international visitors. Mr. Director, please.
Thank you for inviting me to this wonderful summit. And I would like to speak Japanese from now. So please prepare headphone.
In 2022, I resumed the position of the 29th director of the museum. 1 year and 10 months has passed. As a leader of the museum with 150 history, we have two major visions shared with all our staff. I would like to share these two slogans or visions with you. And considering the recent situation, I will introduce some of the initiatives the museum have taken. The first vision is a sustainable museum for the next 150 years. This picture was taken in 1872 when the first exhibition was held in Japan. They are the founders of the Tokyo National Museum. This museum has the longest history as a museum in Japan. And since the opening, it has actively sought to collect cultural assets. It is positioned as a #1 museum in Japan. However, the museum faces the various problems such as the financial difficulty and aging facilities. To achieve a sustainable museum for the next 150 years, we are strengthening our financial base and reorganizing the management structure. The second slogan or vision is a world-class museum. The Tokyo National Museum has shown cultural assets from all over the world. The achievement the museum has made over the years is not limited to the domestic market, but they're comparable to those of other world-class museums. We have built international relationship mainly with the Asian Museum, but as an aspiring world-class museum, we will further endeavor to strengthen ties with more museums in the world. In this regard, I was very looking forward to taking part in this symposium. During the 3-day event, I'd like to meet many people involved in the museum affairs. Among our various initiatives, I would like to focus on the 150-year anniversary project and the international exchange project implemented during the COVID. In 2022, the museum celebrated the 150-year anniversary. It has the longest history as a museum in Japan and organized various commemorative projects.
One of the events was the special exhibition, Tokyo National Museum, its history and national treasures. Since this exhibition was the first special exhibition after I took up my assignment, we were not trapped by the tradition and executed a variety of new activities. Our museum holds 89 national treasures, about 10% of all national treasures in Japan. For example, if you look at on the right-hand side, the artwork in the right side of the screen, which is more than 900 years old, was for the first time designated as national treasure among our art collections. Fine art of Japan is often on paper or fabric material, which are fragile. So it is extremely difficult to exhibit all in one special exhibition. So this was really the first try we made. In addition to rotation of exhibits to protect the cultural assets, we had to devise many ways, including limiting the admission, yet more than 350,000 visitors came to our museum. Another project was National Treasure 150 years from now, the future of our treasures, assuming the National Treasure exhibition is held by our museum 150 years from now. This project is to exhibit the treasures of corporations and individuals, which are the National Treasure candidates and should be or hope to be designated as national treasure 150 years later. Our exhibition centered around the cultural assets passed down for a long time, However, this project was the reverse thinking which offered to imagine the future 150 years down the road by re-examining the things we see all the time at the present. All sorts of goods were exhibited as future national treasure candidates from corporations, Godzilla, Hello Kitty, bicycle race, from individuals, cartoons, key holders, and reference book for English words, etc. Young people and media showed great interest in this exhibition. These two projects provided us an opportunity to look back our history and think about the future state of museums at the milestone of our 150th anniversary. Next, I would like to talk about the new engagements after temporary closure due to COVID-19. What have we done after COVID-19? Due to pandemic, Tokyo National Museum had to close temporarily in year 2020. Under such circumstances, we started to put more efforts in online services. We had online gallery talk and educational program via YouTube and carried out a variety of projects via SNS platform. This slide shows the project to introduce works among our collections that relate to 47 prefectures in Japan. While access to Tokyo was difficult at the time, we distributed various contents so that people can still feel close to Tokyo National Museum. We also held educational workshop in real-time basis for children as well. Since year 2020, we started the metaverse, recreating the galleries of our museum. After the second version, we created a new space from which the participants can choose the works freely. For example, the slide shows the image where all 89 national treasures are exhibited, and the avatars can go in at the same time and carry on conversations among each other. As a valuable tool to introduce the attractiveness of the museum to wider audiences, it is worthwhile to explore the possibility of metaverse museum to which anyone can participate. As for the SNS, we disseminate information about our museum in English, Chinese, and Korean via Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook for non-Japanese residents and Japanese art lovers overseas. And we are continuing these efforts now. As overseas travel was severely regulated and inbound tourists could not come to Japan, these projects were aimed for people all over the world to feel close to the Tokyo National Museum even while traveling to Japan was impossible. Lastly, I would like to talk about the important project and results in our international exchanges. International exchange program for curators of Japanese art has been held every year since 2014 for the promotion of international academic exchange for the museum staff of all over the world who engage in Japanese art. Works of Japanese arts are held by many overseas institutions, and there are many curators who have sufficient knowledge and experience even outside Japan. This program aims to develop the network, exchange information on exhibition of Japanese culture and arts, and nurture staff through the exchange between museum staff all over the world with the staff of museums in Japan. Well, we hold home symposiums, workshops, expert meetings, and excursion to show how to handle the cultural assets, and we make a discussion among experts. The photo on the right-hand side is the exchange program held this year. From Tokyo National Museum, not only research staff, but also staff engaging in museum education also took part. As I have introduced so far, many experts in Japanese art are doing a great job overseas. However, some museums which do not have Japanese art experts have challenges, as they cannot respond effectively to the diversified fields, cannot introduce and make good use of their own collections. As for the Japanese art which have not been introduced, our research team have been cooperating with their overseas counterparts to confirm whereabouts and also have an investigation. This photo was taken when our team conducted the study on the ceramic art collection of San Francisco Asian Art Museum. After year 2020, the project could not be carried out by face-to-face, so it was conducted by online. As for the workshop handling cultural assets and preservation, we made a video so that we could share with overseas participants remotely. We encountered the problem of time difference, etc., but many participated from all over the world. We were able to continue to keep the relationship of cooperation fostered in the past, which led to the physical workshop this year. At the end of January this year, the 10th physical event was held for the first time in 3 years at Tokyo National Museum. In the past, exchange was mainly with the museums in Europe and America, but this year we invited museum-related people from Asia. From the first time, the international link among museums are getting deeper and also broader as well. We hope to continue to promote the exchange program with more museums in the world. I would like to introduce one case in which we found the elusive work by using the network formed through the exchange program. In 2023, the special exhibition of about 200 national treasures and important cultural assets of Tofukuji, monumental Zen temple of Kyoto in Tokyo National Museum. In the preliminary study of the special exhibition, we found that the 50th work out of the 500 efforts was requisitions from Berlin Museum of Asian Art during the World War II. So, we made an inquiry to the Berlin Museum of Art, and subsequently we found that as of year 2000, it was confirmed to be in the possession of Hermitage Museum in Russia. So far, this fact was not known in Japan, so we inquired with Hermitage Museum, and they confirmed that they were keeping it at the present. The two researchers who gave us information, one German and one Russian, are the members of our exchange and cooperation project of Japanese art experts. This really is the testament to the network developed through the exchange program, which in turn enabled smooth verification of whereabouts of the work. This is my brief introduction of the vision of Tokyo National Museum and our recent international exchange and cooperation program. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Fujiwara. Absolutely delighted to find Godzilla in your National Treasures exhibitions. I would love to ask you more about that. Our final speaker is Dr. Chase Robinson, Director of the Smithsonian's National Museum of Asian Arts. He received his doctorate from Harvard University. He's a highly regarded scholar of Islamic history and culture, previously served as president of the Graduate Center, the research campus of the City University of New York. He has been very productive, authored, edited 9 books and more than 40 articles that span the geographical and chronological breadth of the Islamic Middle East. Chase was appointed director of the Smithsonian National Museum of Asian Art since 2018. And during his tenure, the museum has launched initiatives that have increased the number of visitors on site and online and expanded the collections by over 5,400 works. He led the museum to expand his network of community-based and international partnership, established itself as the forefront of provenance research, the size of his board of trustees. So he's certainly the person to talk about partnership. Chase.
Thank you so much, Maria. It's a great pleasure to be here. I cannot exaggerate how much I've learned over the last 2 or 3 days, the friendships I've forged, and the new colleagues that I've found. On behalf of myself, on behalf of my museum, indeed on behalf of the Smithsonian, thank you very much. Now, I must say I was up on this very stage about 3 months ago, and I have to ask myself, what did I do wrong such that I've been positioned between you and lunch, such that I've been positioned as the very last speaker in the very last panel? I'd like to think that they've saved the best for last, but I'm not sure. So what will I do in response to the circumstances in which I find myself? I will abandon formal comments, a set of remarks that I was going to deliver, and instead I will sacrifice some precision for some provocation. I will organize my comments in 3 parts: history, ambivalence, and experiments. So I begin with some history, and it was a great pleasure to learn about the extraordinary progress that's being made here in West Kowloon, and to set that progress into a larger comparative framework in which one can see in many of the world's leading capitals emerging culture sectors. Good examples, of course, as we heard, are in Doha and Australia and elsewhere. I think I would probably be disciplined if I returned to Washington, D.C. and didn't say something about the Smithsonian. The Smithsonian that boasts, and I think actually it happens to be true, to be the world's largest museum research and education complex, We're located in the National Mall. The majority of our units are on the National Mall. There are 21 or 19, depending on one counts them. An annual operating budget of about $1.6, $1.7 billion. In a typical year, between 25 and 30 million visitors. And this is perhaps should be the first line of description of the Smithsonian: free and open to the public 364 days a year. As I said to a colleague this morning, the reason I joined the Smithsonian is that the museum that I have the privilege of looking after is free and open to the public 364 days a year. Now, the Smithsonian, though founded in the 1840s, was a more or less sleepy place throughout the 19th century. Our museum had a very important role in crystallizing the National Mall as that cultural complex. We are the product of a gift given by Charles Lang Freer in 1906. There's Mr. Freer. I think in reality he did smile sometimes, but his smiles were never captured in photographs. When Mr. Freer died in 1919, he'd collected 9,500 objects that he and his colleagues thought suitable for acquisition, arguably or unarguably, depending on your side of your understanding of things, the single greatest collection ever assembled by an individual. It is a collection of objects, and I use the word objects in a loose sense, a collection of objects that include such works as the Peacock Room. I like to describe it as America's first immersive exhibition. I don't know if that's true or not, but no one has falsified it yet. So I'm going to stick with it. It is a wonderful fusion of European, American, Japanese, and Chinese traditions, reflexive both of China mania and Japanism and much more besides. Now, of course, when the museum opened its doors in 1923, we celebrated our centennial last year. We were very proud to celebrate our centennial, not just of America's first museum dedicated to Asian art, but America's first national art museum. And since then, of course, we have grown. Our collection has grown by 5 or 6 times. Our space has grown by 2 or 3 times. We are very fortunate, and I feel myself deeply privileged to look after an institution which has established itself really at the forefront of any number of fields in Asian art history, conservation science. We have 12 going on 14 curators, really an extraordinary group of conservators. It is a wondrous place, and I welcome you all to it. Mr. Freer again, why am I showing this slide? I'm showing this slide, I think, for 2 or 3 reasons. Number one, the photo on the right especially is iconic of the museum. It's iconic for 2 or 3 reasons, one of which is it captures that conversation between East and West that you saw a moment ago in the Peacock Room. Mr. Freer held that there was a universal aesthetic underlying Eastern, or as he tended to call it, Oriental arts and European arts of the finest kind. It also captures Mr. Freer's concentration, rather serious and dour concentration. And what it gets at, and this is the first point of my provocation, I think, the cult of beauty, the aestheticization of cultural artifacts, for which our museum is responsible. In fact, our museum arguably is certainly in the United States, an important, how shall I put it, impulse, engine in the generation of the establishment of Asian art as one of the fine arts. Part 2, ambivalences. If I were to write a manifesto of some legacy art museums, It might read something like this. As Maria pointed out, during my time as director, we've acquired over 5,000 works, extraordinary works, the great majority Japanese, as it happens. Here's a small selection. Deeply proud of these pieces. Some are on display as we speak. But my ambivalences are in part practical, and all of my colleagues who have spoken this morning, I'm sure, must share some version of the challenge that I share, which is, how does one look after these pieces of art? Do we continue forever acquiring? There's one practical consideration. But I think there's another deeper consideration, and here's the second order provocation. I'll put it this way, I'll put it carefully. One-sided accumulation, be it of capital, power, resources, or objects, is, I believe, incompatible with the norms and relationships upon which we can and must build a more sustainable future. Collaborative partnerships, transparency and trust, celebration of difference. Some more works that we've acquired recently. The museum was established, as I said, in 1906, 1919, Mr. Freer's death, 1923, our opening at the beginning of what in retrospect is called the American century, a time of extraordinary cultural confidence, growing internationalism, certainties, if I may, of the Victorian period, even verities. We celebrate our 100th birthday, 2023, 2024, in a very different world, a polycentric world, a world where those verities, those truths have been, well, not just reconsidered, but in some sense rejected, a world in which financial, political, and cultural capital is distributed very differently from how it was distributed in 1923. Mr. Freer saw his museum as, quote, and I'm drawing here on his copious correspondence, a beautiful place filled with things rare and chosen. He was articulating in that, in other respects, an ideology of beauty and rarity. Our museum, a museum of masterworks, authoritatively interpreted, consisting of objects which, as I've already said, have been almost obsessively aestheticized, so as, and apologies for this academic cant, instantiate a universal beautiful. I think there are affinities between this ideology of beauty, universal beauty in particular, and the universalizing claims of some museums and universities for sure. Part 3, experiments. Now, I could talk about several interventions that are taking place in our museum. Again, I welcome you all to visit. I could talk, for instance, about galleries that connect works of art, speak to this desideratum, I'm sure it drives all of us in the museum world, to relevance, that speaks, connects works in our collection to the communities and visitors who come into our galleries. I could talk about interventions in our galleries that give voice to communities and individuals by decentering the museum's authority and the curatorial authority in particular. For instance, an emerging tradition of label writing in which teenagers have their captions alongside curators. I could talk about the experience we're having as we are led by community groups to curate public programs. 10, 15,000 people celebrating Asian art and Asian culture in ways that we as museum leaders, at least in my museum, would not know how to do. By 2050, about 1 out of every 10 American will come from an Asian heritage of some kind. Oh, sorry. I could talk also about our new website. Very pleased to learn that the Prada won a Webby. We won a Webby too. What's significant about our new website is that it is not a vitrine, it's not a marketing. It doesn't say to visitors, come to our museum, come to these exhibitions, come to this program. Of course, we want people to, but that's not what it says. It is a destination itself. Of course, it's a work in progress. We see it as a third set of our galleries. We see it as part of an extension of our free and open to the public, but 24/7. Of course, there is an associated social media strategy as well. But I won't talk about those things. Instead, I'll talk a little bit in the time I have left about collaborations. 2 or 3 years ago, we began to work with the Kyoto Cultural Association. And we worked with the Kyoto Cultural Association and Canon in order to create 19 extraordinarily high-quality facsimiles of some of their masterworks in our Japanese collection. These are works that, for legal and conservation reasons, cannot circulate. Last year, I had the great pleasure of seeing these works in the Kennenji Temple in Kyoto, Kyoto's oldest Zen temple. They are amazing in the natural light. I cannot exaggerate how high the quality is, such that our curators of Japanese will confess reluctantly to having a hard time telling it. But the most important thing, as far as I'm concerned, alongside making these works accessible, is that it demonstrates how technology and our expertise can be harnessed in such a way as to speak to sustainability, because in fact, it wasn't just a matter of extraordinarily high quality digital imaging, it was also an investment on the part of our colleagues at the Kyoto Cultural Institution in the local crafts of mount making. So it is technology harnessed in support of, shall we say, traditional crafts. Another very different example of collaboration, another experiment. We work closely with the Qatar National Library. Manuscripts, as some of you know, are hard to read, hard to appreciate. This is a manuscript of a work written by someone named Al-Jazari, his Kitab al-Hiyal. It's a book of automata. It is a work of pre-modern Islamic engineering and also thought experiments. We're working with our colleagues in Doha and in Singapore to animate some of these manuscript illustrations, to demonstrate how these automata work, to make them accessible on microsites, of course, in Arabic and in English. A third experiment of collaboration. About 20 months ago, the ambassador from Yemen came to the museum, soliciting our input into a really important project, which was the repatriation of some 77 objects that had been confiscated by American law enforcement officials. For obvious reasons, these objects cannot currently be returned to Yemen, so they have been legally repatriated, and we are working collaboratively with the Yemenis, putting them on display, doing research, and also taking the opportunity to tell important stories about the connection between art, collecting, violence, political dissolution, and more besides. About 6,000 miles away from Yemen is Cambodia. Yannick mentioned Cambodia. Another partnership that we have, another collaboration, another experiment. We are working very closely with our colleagues in Cambodia to help them repatriate pieces, and here again I'll provoke, I suppose, that have been removed and deracinated from their cultural context, that have been aestheticized and sit in collections as works of art, rather than the agents of culture, of memory, of belonging that they had originally been. Working very closely with colleagues, bringing to bear our expertise, such as it is in conservation especially, but also curatorial affairs. Finally, and here I'll move to a conclusion, how did these objects get here? I hear that in the galleries. How did these objects get here? Our Japanese scroll paintings didn't roll into our museum. Our manuscript folios didn't float. They came to our museum under circumstances. As Yannick said, my words, not yours. Provenance research can make museum directors nervous. I believe that provenance research, not just for reasons of addressing legal liability, or in the case of Smithsonian policies, legal liabilities and ethical liabilities, but also as object histories, I believe it's an immensely important part of not just our museum's future, but other museums' future. Answering that question, how did these objects get here? No museum, I venture to say, in the world of our size has more provenance researchers, or is trying to do, sponsoring research, webinars, fundamental research, convening international conferences that pull together provenance researchers, making freely and openly available all of our provenance data, and also writing provenance and object history stories into our galleries. To conclude, museums are places for objects, of course, and now for intangible cultural objects, digital files, NFTs, and the like. But even more, I think museums are places of ideas. And we can express our ideas through objects in any number of ways, but we all need to be mindful of what those ideas are. To be in the museum sector in 2024 is an exciting time to be operating in this polycentric, globalized world. If it means anything, it seems to me, it means that we need to engage in new ways of knowledge making. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Robinson. Please be seated. As we prepare the stage for the upcoming panel discussion and Q&A session, just a warm reminder, if you'd like to submit your questions, feel free to scan the code that is being shown on the screen. Then you'll be able to submit your questions to the moderators and our speakers. For those who are watching online on the live streams, don't forget to take a look at the Q&A box. Write your questions there and send in your questions. Our moderator later will post a couple of questions to our guest speakers, and we'll have some more discussion later. All right, so that brings us to the second and the last panel discussion of the day. May we now invite our moderator, Dr. Maria Mock, back on stage, please. Keep it going, ladies and gentlemen. We'd also like to invite our speakers back on stage, including Dr. Wang Xudong. 掌声有请王旭东院长 Mr. Lahong Salome, Mr. Makoto Fujiwara, and Dr. Chase F. Robinson.
Dr. Robinson, Chase, I must tell you how much I appreciate that you remind us, perhaps all of us has done something wrong, to be put at the last session before lunch. And probably we are now, we must have done something really, really wrong because we are the excuse of a postponed lunch. So I'm going to change my strategy and my plans. Sorry, gentlemen. I'm not going to give each of you one question as planned. I'm actually going to throw out one question for everyone, and each of you could feel free to chit-chat. How's that? From your presentations, I have noticed that it seems to me many of you have kind of shift from a focus on your position as a leading institution in your own national identity to a focus that's more accommodating, that stresses universal values, that kind of welcome different voices and collaboration between cultures. So I would like to ask, how do you balance these perspectives when you're forming international partnership? What's your vision to, for instance, say in the case of Versailles, how can you engage both the French and the global audience? Because, I mean, I've been to exhibitions where, for instance, the French or the British were talking about Chinese culture and history, or a mélange of both, and then you will hear different feedbacks from different races. And sometimes the people of the other culture, they're more critical, right? Because you're telling their story. So they're more critical. So how do you kind of balance? Do you have any similar experience that there are challenges in trying to tell a more comprehensive story, or a story of different cultures? Should we maybe start with Chase from this side over to my side?
Provided I don't have to respond about Versailles.
Don't worry.
It's a trenchant question, but it's also one that doesn't discomfort me. I mean, I see our museum as involved in, of course, the transmission of knowledge, of course, adding to the sum of research, of course, inspiring curiosity, but I also see absolutely central to our mission the generation of empathy and respect. Sometimes I describe our galleries as really engine rooms of empathy and respect. And so if that is modeling a kind of citizenship, okay, that's a citizenship that I think is responsive, not just to the difficult circumstances that we currently find, with the political circumstances being what they are and tensions being as high as they are, but also more fundamentally to certain universal human values. So your question doesn't, if I may, pose, I think, serious conceptual problems for our museum.
And over to Laurent.
Yes, I think that was a very interesting question, and our job is supposed to be a scholarly job. We're supposed to be serious people and not talk about something we don't know. So I think the first thing we have to do is work together. I think when we want to say something interesting to a different audience, the first thing is to work with other people, other colleagues. I think the example of our project with the Palace Museum in Beijing was great, because there has been really new research made by curators on both sides, and that's how you tell the story more intelligently. But it's always very difficult to understand. The most difficult is to know how the other sees you. And probably with visitors from Asia, in Versailles, for instance, we are quite lost, and we don't really know what they see, what they want to see, how they understand the history. And I think there's a lot of work to do on this, and then nobody's really doing this. But at least when we do our job and tell the story and try to create new narratives, I think the best thing is to collaborate. And that's also something which is not enough made. And probably after the pandemic and that use of discussing over in video, it makes things easier, but I'm afraid it's not, doesn't make a big difference, and you really have to travel. I don't know. I personally, I feel that traveling is such a vital thing, and meet people in person. That's how you understand things. And I'm very skeptical about the new technologies of communication. I think we've even lost something, even inside our museums. Sometimes we discuss with our colleagues through Zoom meeting or something like that. It's horrible. And being here in Hong Kong, I feel it's so important.
From different rooms, you mean you do Zoom meetings?
Yes, sometimes that happens.
Because Versailles is so large.
But for Paris, our colleagues from the ministry in Paris, for instance, they would prefer to stay in their office rather than move to Versailles. And I think it's very important to travel physically.
Maybe you can change that to lunch meetings then. So off to your partner, Dr. Wang Yanzhang.
Exactly. People from different cultural backgrounds, how do we persuade them to go into a museum and get what they want? It's extremely difficult. But this is exactly what we are working for, because the collections in museums are indeed for diversification. When civilizations started, they began to absorb different cultures. So when we are approaching different civilizations, we have to see them in different perspectives. How do we achieve that? I think the only way is through collaboration between museums, through collaboration among different disciplines and among different countries. This is why the Palace Museum did two things in the past years. First, in 2022, we launched a program called Taihe Scholar Program, inviting scholars from different countries to conduct research in the Palace Museum for 3 months. They could make use of our objects and academic resources. They could publish papers and give lectures, and they would bring back the results to their own country. And the Palace Museum also sends our researchers to other countries. Last year, we had 4 researchers from other countries and 6 going out. And this year, we're going to have 8 visiting scholars, and we will have 8 scholars from the Palace Museum going for overseas programs. I think through collaborations like this, our museums, our international peers will see more value in the collections, and they can disseminate the knowledge better. And given that we are living in an era of technology and internet, we need to disseminate the diversified culture embedded in every museum in a broader way. In the past, we only had 2 languages in the tour guide in our museum. But last year, we launched 4 other languages. We had Spanish, Russian, French, Japanese, on top of Chinese and English. So now, if you visit our website, last year, in only 5 months, our online website visitors doubled. When we were able to provide opportunities to our visitors for better access, they would be more willing to learn what the Palace Museum had for them, our research, our cultural relics, our collections, and only through this way can we have real exchanges. So people will be more keen to learn about us, and they look for better exchanges. Now, it's extremely hard to get a ticket to the Palace Museum. Maybe our exchanges are different from other countries. They are concerned about the large international audience, but our international audience is less than 10%. Most visitors come from China, mainland China. We have very few proportion of visitors from overseas, even from Hong Kong and Macau. So our concern is to fulfill the expectation from the local visitors as well as international visitors. It's hard to get a ticket, and government at different levels are trying hard to find solutions. We hope that people can have better access to the Palace Museum, the National Museum of China, because they're so interested in this tourist spots. I think we are all working hard to invigorate the international exchange. We cannot only go through Zoom meetings or internet. We need to have a physical contact, gestures, facial expressions to enhance mutual understandings.
For your WeChat, and then we can get a ticket in. And to Ms. Fujiwara. Yes, of course you have.
About Tokyo National Museum, we have a permanent exhibition and also have the special exhibition. As for the permanent exhibitions, we usually show something related to the Japanese history from the ancient to the modern times. About half of the entrants are from overseas visitors. When they visit our museum, they can learn the history. And also, at the permanent exhibition, a lot of students also visit the museum. As for the special museums, we have a specific theme, like an old temples or items related to the old temples for a period of 2 months. So we see many visitors are those who are interested in this specific theme or who have who is knowledgeable about these items. So depending on the theme of the exhibition, we are responding to the audience, the type of the audience. I'm not quite sure whether I'm responding to your question. So the collaboration between the local and the overseas, I think that's very important.
To forget all of the questions that I prepared and focus on questions from you. And I'm going to pick the shortest one because we only have 6 minutes left. What are the difficulties of international cooperation in museums? Let's start from Mr. Fujiwara. I'm going to assume it's money, but maybe you can tell us more.
At our museum, our museum was a national museum, but now it is not governed by the Japanese government, and the government subsidy is getting less and less. So 2 years ago, I resumed this position, the major task imposed on me is to look for money to finance the operation of this museum. And recently, we are also receiving the donation from the individuals. That's one of my major work for the time being. About 40% of the income is used for self-supporting. So the subsidy from the government is down to 60%.
So you are agreeing to the comments, I suppose.
Well, in China, I think we are living a better life than other countries do, because the Chinese government has invested increasingly higher amount in museums. In museums were in normal operation during the COVID period, and all the staff could receive their salary. I think this is the advantage of China. A lot of museums in China are free of charge. Governments offer the operational expenses. But we are also faced with efficient funds because we want our museums to play a better role. That means our academic research should be more open, and our cultural relics can be displayed overseas in international exchanges, and we hope that we can become a good place for education so younger children can learn about the culture of their own country, and they can learn that Chinese culture is vibrant because it absorbed other countries. We're not living in closed spaces. They should learn about this history. And if you're doing that, you will always find yourself with insufficient funding. And I think, like our Japanese friend, we are looking for funding as well. And we are working with Hong Kong government as well. The Taihe Scholar Program that I mentioned was supported by a family office in Hong Kong. And we are supported by China Cultural Heritage Foundation, and we will also receive a 300 million Hong Kong dollar funding from a Hong Kong Jockey Club. So through these programs, we can enable more young children to learn about Chinese culture and to build better identity as Chinese citizens. The director of museums, one of the important tasks is to look for funds, promote collaborations, and make sure that the museums can better play a better role contributing to the harmony of society. I'd like to add a few things. Hong Kong Art Museum is very pleased to receive 100 million Hong Kong dollar funding from Wu Guanzhong Art Foundation.
You would like to discuss exchange programs. I'll be happy to continue that exploration during lunchtime. Off to you, Laurent.
I think if we want to face the difficult things, international cooperation not only meets a problem of money cost, because we've seen the costs of exhibitions, for instance, literally explode, and that's a serious question. I think there's also the problem of sustainability. And I was just saying it's so important to travel physically, but at the same time, we know that many of our younger friends think we shouldn't fly anymore. We have in France, we have an economist who's rather serious, who has declared that if we want this planet to survive, every individual should only fly 4 times in their own life. That means supposing everybody's going to travel. It's an average. But anyway, it's a real question. And for me, it's a real anxiety. I mean, are we going to live in the same world that we've had? Can we dream of visiting? I mean, I want to see the Palace of Hue in Vietnam. I want to go to Africa. Is that still possible? it remains a goal for us to know each other, to exchange, to discover different cultures, but we're not so sure anymore that it's possible. So I have no answer to this, but it's just something that really worries me a lot.
It's something that we have to all think about together and chase.
I think funding available at the national level varies from country to country and from period to period. And there are countries right now, such as China, that are investing wisely and generously. I'm also thinking about Korea. We've had any number of collaborations with South Korea, which have been predicated to some extent on their very visionary and generous funding of arts and culture. On the matter of funding, as the sun, rises in the east and sets in the west, museum directors will be looking for money. I think I wonder if there's more that we can do collectively to approach funding sources on the basis of really thoughtful, long-term, sustainable, multidisciplinary collaborations, rather than one-off exhibitions and the like. I wonder if we were to make more explicitly and convincingly the case, these relationships between what we do in museums and the health of the countries in which we operate, the harmony of which my colleague has been speaking, if we were to speak more passionately about those issues, I wonder if we'd have more success if we work together.
Resources is never just about money, isn't it? And the good news is we museum people, we are in the creative industry. We can always figure out something creatively, think outside of the box, but not with a hungry stomach, I suppose. So let's call it the day and head over for lunch. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the enriching, amazing conversation. Would you please, our guests on stage, take a step forward. We'll take a group photo to capture this moment. All right, looking great. Our photographer in the front is ready. And could we move a bit to the right-hand side, please? Just to make sure we capture everyone in the frame. Brilliant. Good enough. Thank you. All right, some more photos to go. Great. Thank you very much once again. A round of applause to all our speakers, panelists, and moderators today. On behalf of the West Kowloon Cultural District Authority, I'd like to thank each and every one of you for attending today. I hope you've enjoyed today's sharing online and on site, and all the panel discussions that have been carried out today. So just a friendly reminder, please leave your simultaneous interpretation device on the seat before you leave the auditorium. And we've also arranged shuttle bus services to the Kowloon district area. Of course, if you're not in a rush, please feel free to tour around the magnificent Hong Kong Palace Museum. Thank you very much. It's lovely seeing you at the Hong Kong International Cultural Summit 2024. We'll see you all in the near future.